Legends, a battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising, to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Good evening, Sharkanags, and welcome to day 2 of our Three Kings Challenge, featuring 3 of the biggest names in Philippine pool: Jeffrey the Cobra Ignacio, Antonio Vicelini, and Vann the Slayer Corteza. Of course, this is a race to 50. So yesterday we ended the day at 25 for Jeffrey Ignacio, with 21 for Antonio Lining, and 19 for Vann Corteza. So these players have been battling to quite an interesting match here, and day 2 promises to be an equally star-studded encounter. So of course, this event is being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and of course, the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. So we'll be having day 2 coming up shortly. So for the meantime, we'd of course like to pull in some important announcements just to make sure you're all aware. This is the Philippine 10-Ball Open 2022. Will take off from October 24 to 31, 2022. And for an entrance fee of just 300 pesos, you can be part of those earning the prize pool of up to 1.5 million pesos. So the tournament will start out as a double knockout format, with the single knockout format to take effect once we get to the top 64. And of course, the eliminated player will end up paying for the game table. So registration is ongoing until October 16, 2022. Yes, you have until October 16, 2022 to be one of 512 players who will take part in this history-making tournament. So for inquiries, please contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. That's 0956-841-6602. Look for Ms. Nads Ramos. And this tournament is presented by Congressman Arnie Teves and the BMPAP. And of course, coming soon on Sharks, we'll have 2 greats of pool. Francisco Django Bustamante, one of the legends of Philippine pool, taking on England's finest in Darren Dynamite Appleton. This is being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and of course, the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. So keep it tuned here for updates on when we'll be announcing this match details. And of course, that will not be the only challenge laid out for our visitor from England, as he will also have a chance to take on Antonio Vicelini here in another classic encounter. So of course, we'll be sure to announce the details here on Sharks. So make sure to stay tuned to our Facebook and YouTube channels for updates. And of course, we still have some more great action here. The Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin from Taiwan tangles with the Kingpin Baseth Mokaibat of the Philippines. 2 highly skilled players will battle it out in what promises to be a spectacular encounter here only at the Mecca Pool Sharks. So keep it tuned here for further updates. And of course, that will not be the only challenge that Chang Yun Lin will be facing. He'll also be facing the reigning and defending US Open 9-ball champion, as he takes on the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado. And this will, of course, promise to be yet another star-studded, high-caliber match. And of course, this will only be available here at the Mecca Pool Sharks, so keep it tuned here for updates. And of course, the Money Kings will battle, as Dennis Robocop or Julio of the Philippines also will have his chance to take on the Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin. So this will be another classic encounter, as we'll see 2 guaranteed Money Game Kings show their stuff here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So we'll be, of course, making sure to announce updates for this as soon as we have the details. So coming up next, of course, we'll be having the match that you've all been waiting for, the main event. It's going to be Antonio Lining taking on Jeffrey Ignacio and taking on Vann Corteza in our Three Kings Challenge, as Antonio Lining will be up to break right after this.
Break.
And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. So pretty good spread on the balls here. And very nice break there. So 2 balls down on the break for the man they call Vice. Hailing from the island of Mindoro. As he takes on this 1 ball and hopes to run out this rack. And that right there is all she wrote for Antonio Lining as he wins rack number 22 for his tally. So he's up here, and of course we can see here very solid break and run from the man they call Vice. Look at that layout here. The execution, very solid. Pretty flawless at this point, so looks like the man they call Vice off to a good start by taking home this rack. And coming up next, the Slayer from Davao City, Vann Corteza, will be up next to break. And we'll be right back after these reminders.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legend. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
So if you want to be a member of the growing Sharks family of talented pool and cue artists, well, feel free to contact Mr. Alex Parker at 0916-466-4695. So that's 0916-466-4695. Look for Mr. Alex Parker so that he can schedule a screening for you, which will be held at the Hard Time Sports Bar here at Timog Avenue, Quezon, South Triangle, Quezon City, Philippines. So, of course, this is if you want to be a chance to be a member of some of the most talented pool players of the world. So check this out. Feel free to contact us here. Contact Mr. Alex Parker at the number we provided, and you'll have a chance to be among the talent that makes up the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. So coming up next to break will be Mr. Vann Corteza. And this break brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Solid break there to start it off for the Slayer from Davao City. And of course, we want to thank everyone who is tuned in today as we of course continue with day 2 of this race to 50 between 3 of the Philippines' finest pool players and Vann. So now Vann Corteza looking to win rack number 20. He's got a shot on the 3. Oh, it looks like he got the 4 to go there as well. And nice bank executed by Vann. And this looks pretty academic for the Slayer from Davao City, as he takes out that 9 and picks up a win to get to his 20th rack. And of course, a solid break and run right there from Vann Corteza. And as has been the case in game from day 1, all 3 of these players have been breaking very well, and dry breaks have been very few and far between all these 3 players. So we're going to see up next the Cobra from Las Piñas City. Mr. Jeffrey Ignacio will be up to break right after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And of course, we'd like to remind everybody that the 2022 Philippine 10 Ball Open will take off from October 24 to 31. And for an entry fee of just 300 pesos, you can take part in the prize pool worth 1.5 million pesos. So the tournament starts out as a double knockout format. And once we reach the top 64, this will move into single knockout format with the eliminated player to pay for the game table. So registration is ongoing until October 16, 2022, with only 512 slots available. Very limited slots here. So if you want to be a part of Philippine pool history, please contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956 0956-841-6602. That's 0956-841-6602. So this is in partnership with the Mecca of Pool Sharks, Hard Time Sports Bar, Bugsy Promotions, the MPAP, and Congressman Arnie Teves. And that break was brought to you by Ropo Commercial. And as we have said, the players have been breaking solidly for the most part, and there have been a lot of break and runs with all of these players. So the one ball goes down in the break, and this leaves Jeffrey an open look at the two. Might have to do a little navigating here with the traffic. And Jeffrey checking if it will pass the 4. And it seems a little iffy from his angle, so he's trying to make sure. And he gets it. So that's a good shot right there. And the 4 will be up next here. So while we're doing this, of course, we'd like to acknowledge Mr. Gary Villegas, who is watching with his family from Iligan City over in Mindanao. So, Gary, thank you for tuning in. And of course, and that's by the way on Facebook. And also, Christian Cuevas Reniedo is saying, good luck, paring Jeffrey Ignacio. Well, there we go. We have a supporter here of the Cobra up next. Of course, let's see how Jeffrey continues his strong run here. With that 9 ball, Jeffrey Ignacio sealing the deal and continuing to hold on to that lead that he carried over from day 1. So a very solid break there, the 1 going down. And of course, making sure to take advantage here as he just gets the balls done here. Beautifully done. As we mentioned here, the players have generally been able to run the break, to do a break and run special. So this looks like the same case here for Jeffrey Ignacio. And coming up next will be the man they call Vice, the man of 1,000 names himself, Antonio Lining of Oriental Mindoro, will be up next to break. Keep it tuned right here to the Mecca Pool Sharks.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, Francisco Django Bustamante, one of the legends of Philippine pool, squares off against Darren Dynamite Appleton of England. So this will be a battle between Europe and Asia, an intercontinental encounter that you will see here only on the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So keep it tuned here for further updates. And of course, the Three Kings match continues here. Levan Corteza with 20, Antonio Lining with 22, and Jeffrey Ignacio leads the pack with 26. Despite this has been a very close match, and for the most part, we've seen that all 3 of these players have been able to complete breaks and runouts. So we're going to see if Antonio Lining can also follow and continue this trend that has continued from day 1. So he's up next to break.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Ropo Commercial. Very nice solid break from Lining, showing the stuff that he's made of here as he gets the ball down on the break. And the spread of the balls here looks very, very nice. So this may be yet another break and run that the native of Mindoro will look to perform tonight. And it looks like Jeffrey Ignacio is now on the table, looking to take advantage of that miscue. So the Cobra from Las Piñas looking to take advantage of this opportunity. And with that, Jeffrey Ignacio builds on that lead as he now has 27 racks to his name. And as we'll see here, this was the miss that basically stopped Antonio Lining's momentum, as he didn't quite get the right line on that. And Jeffrey Ignacio did what any good player would do, and that is take advantage and get himself another rack. And coming up next will be the Slayer, Levan Corteza. He's up to break, and we'll be right back after this message.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And coming soon to Sharks, Antonio Vicelini will battle with Darren Dynamite Appleton. It's a battle of East and West right here on Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. So keep it tuned here to our official channels for updates. And while we're taking a look at the score here, we of course would like to acknowledge Mr. Jeff Throde over on Facebook who says, battle back Corteza. Although me and Jeffrey share the same name, I gotta go with my hero Corteza. So definitely a Vann fan right here. And of course, William Macale from Concepcion Tarlac says he's watching with Pastor Carding Lindo. And you're welcome. We're happy to bring you the finest pool this side of planet Earth, only here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So up next to break will be the man they call Vann, Mr. Corteza.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Europa Commercial. And as we can see here, another very nice break as Vann Corteza hoping to make some ground here as he's trailing behind the leader by a full 7 racks. And here's an attack on the 2. And what a nicely executed bank shot from the Slayer of Davao City. So he is looking to take advantage here of the great position that the bank shot gave him. And it's just like that. It's all she wrote for Vann Corteza on this rack. As he takes it out beautifully. Vann Corteza showing great form in that break and run. And we'll see in the highlights here. He starts off with an excellent break. A very nice break. And then he starts with this awesome bank shot on the 2 that nearly didn't go in, but nonetheless he pulled it off. And this was how he finished it, with a flurry. Vann Corteza showing us why he is a world-class talent with that play. And up next, Antonio Lining will be up to break. The man they call Vice is up next, only here at the Mecca Pool Sharks. We'll be right back.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, of course, the Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin of Taiwan takes on the Kingpin Baseth Mokaibat of the Philippines. Some premier talent will be squaring off in this match, and you will see it here only on the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So we'll be sharing updates as soon as we have the word from our management. So we're looking at the scores here. Still pretty much anyone's game at this point. We'd like to, of course, acknowledge the following from our Facebook channel. Austin Santos says, of course, let's make sure we got that right. Austin Santos, of course, we'd like to thank you for tuning in here. Good luck mga champ. Watching here in La Paz, Tarlac. And of course, Jonard Sinagda watching from Bukidnon over. And of course, the one and only Nick Patrick. Hello, Sharks and Shark Fanatics. And hello to you too, of course. Antonio Lining is up next to break. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And it looks like Lining does have a look on the one. But, of course, this will leave a rather long cut down to that corner pocket. So, we'll see how he executes this. And it looks like the planned safety for Antonio Lining didn't quite pan out. And this leaves an opening for Vann Corteza. And with this 9-ball, Vann Corteza can tie with Antonio Lining for a share of second place in this match. So he does that, and he shows us very solid form there as he takes advantage of the missed safety opportunity there. And this is where Vann Corteza shines, when he gets that opening, that window, showing us why he is one of the finest pool players we have around. And coming up next, another fine pool player we have is the Cobra from Las Piñas City, Jeffrey Ignacio. He'll square off and take his turn to break, so which we'll be watching right after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, the Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin, guaranteed money king from Taiwan, takes on the reigning defending U.S. Open champion and member of the victorious Team Philippines at the Predator World Team Championship, the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado. This match you will see exclusively here on the Mega Pool Sharks, so keep it tuned here for further updates. So as we can see here, Antonio Lining and Vann Corteza tied with 22 racks apiece, and Jeffrey Ignacio with 27 of his own. And of course, Reynaldo Wong Sibunga over here on Facebook says, "Good evening, Sharks commentator. Watching live here in Butuan City, Caraga, Region 13. Shout out sa bilyarista ng Cat's Eye kay Mr. David Magsumbol, Mr. Danilo Fugata, and Mr. Tommy Apego." So thank you for watching. And of course, over on YouTube, we'll get back to that after this. In the meantime, this break is brought to you by Ropa Commercial, and what a nice break. So we can see here a very, very nice spread of the balls. You can see here Jeffrey Ignacio showing us his stuff here as he comes up with a very solid break and a nice open look on the three. So, as we can see here, Jeffrey Ignacio still has an opening here for the 4. And looks like it'll give him good position on the 5 up next. A nice bump there, making that 8 ball, and this is all she wrote for the Philippine Cobra Jeffrey Ignacio as he continues to hold a nice lead over the competition. He's currently at 28 racks, and as you can see here, very nice break and run out, showing us the form that has made him a world champion. And so, of course, we'd like to thank all of you who are watching today. So, I guess, partner, you have to be impressed by the quality of these players. Look at how well they're playing so far.
Yes, definitely. These guys easily, they represent our country in so many international competitions. So, expect this Three King event, especially in the second day. This is gonna be a tight one.
Yes,
I would say.
Yes, it has been that way since day one. So coming up next to break will be the man from Oriental Mindoro, the man they call Vice, Antonio Lining. He will be up next to break. So we'll just go to our sponsors after this.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And coming soon to Sharks, RoboCop Dennis Orculio, a legendary Filipino pool player in his own right, takes on Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin in what is promising to be a matchup between the Money Game Kings, because both of these players, partner, they have a reputation of being able to win the big money matches. They are the men who, if you have a big money match on the line, you will have no problem choosing either one of them.
Easily, partner. RoboCop, our very own, and then Chang Junlin representing his homeland, Taiwan. So this is definitely a match for the ages, I would say.
Absolutely. And of course, over on YouTube, Marindoque Realty Services says they're watching from Cebu and they're rooting for Nicoy Lining. So, of course, the Antonio Lining fans are out tonight showing their support.
Kayang-kaya pang humahabol ni Vice. Huwag tayong mag-alala.
And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And this looks like a dry break. Well, Oh, actually, yes. Looks like a dry break. This has been very rare. Most of the time, they've been able to
Push.
make a ball on the break. So this is not. This is something that doesn't happen very often. At least not in this match.
Yeah, partner, it's a dry break, but look at the position of the one ball. It's very far there in the other corner, relative from the queue, right?
Yes, looks like Jeffrey decides to play a little defense there with a push out. And of course, just for those who might not know, the push out rule essentially allows a player to make any kind of shot after the break, except for, of course, shooting it into a pocket. And what happens here is that, as we saw here, the opposing player can then give the shot back to the player. And so that forced Jeffrey Ignacio to take the shot there. And it looks like he might have an opening to get that. It looks like Antonio Lining might have the opening to get that one down into that corner pocket.
Partner, in my opinion, this is a start of a sort of a safety game for each player. I mean, it's mind games na.
Yes.
The positioning of the cue ball relative to the balls they have to shoot.
That's
but
correct.
But Lining sinks that one. So let's see if Antonio takes control of this table. There you go. That's another one.
So the challenge here for Lining will be to stay on the table as much as he can by making the balls as much as he can. And great combination shot right
Yes,
there.
partner,
3-4.
that was a really nice combo shot there.
He saw that the 3 could not pass the 4, so he decided, why don't I make the 4 and give myself a shot at the 3?
Yes, sir. Much agreed. So he's going for the 3 ball and he sinks that with a good prepare for the next.
Yes, very well said. So 5 ball, looks like the position to the 6 looks pretty automatic at this point. So he just has to let it roll forward and it'll get into position.
He's playing connect the dots using the balls.
That's exactly how it is when you play pool, especially a game like 9 ball. It really is connect the dots because the objective is go from the lowest to the highest ball, and your objective is get the 9 ball, which is the money ball, as everyone would usually call it.
This is going to be a bit of a stretch, a pretty awkward positioning for his body, but let's see if the Vice makes this one.
I wish I could stretch like that. That was very good. He not only did he have to stretch over the 8 ball, but he actually had to make sure that he kept his balance, and he's doing it right here.
If he sinks this one, he's getting his 23rd point. And there it goes.
On your leaning.
Vicelini gets his 23rd point and inches a bit closer to our leading player, Jeffrey Ignacio.
So you can see here, there's the 3-4 combination, which he executed very well, and he still left himself positioned on the 3. And as you can see here, like you said, it's connect the dots, partner. He connected the dots and he completed the puzzle, which is to get this rack.
Up next,
And yes, I believe we have Vann Corteza. He's up next, the Slayer from Davao City. So we'll be right back with a quick break right after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
all right, winner of today's Top Guns event this morning, Nino Matinik Ocampo of Quezon City, our architect. So I think he's pretty on a hot streak lately. So
Yeah.
this guy is worth the watch, guys. So whenever he plays, you go watch him, guys.
Oh, I was watching him earlier and I was really impressed. He showed us just how it is to win. So again, congratulations to Nino Ocampo of Quezon City. Great job winning the first event from earlier today. And of course, we'd like to also acknowledge a good friend of mine, Mr. Kelvin Gomez Nanyong. Good evening, Shark Fanatics, especially to my brother from another mother and father. And that's me. Thank you so much. And of course, we also have Kuya Kaloy Basagre ni Kasanma also saying to Jeff, take time in making those shots count. And of course, Nick Patrick saying, glad to see so many Filipinos signing up for the US Open. And of course, his favorite player, Sharks player, is Dennis Pro, our very own. So up next, Levan Corteza takes that break, and that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Looks like he made 4 balls on that break. Very
that
nice.
was really nice, partner. I mean, look at that.
That was
Look
a
at that.
tremendous break. And
It's just last 5.
yes,
And that's another point for him.
the big challenge though here for Corteza is to get to that 3 ball, which is being blocked by some of the other balls. So he has to do a long bank. So he'll go for the push out. I believe that's a push out he went for. And as we mentioned with the push out, this can only be performed after the break, and the player who will take the shot next, in this case Antonio Lining, has the option to either take the shot or return it to the player. So that's why the strategy when you're playing push out is you have to have a strategy in case the player gives it back to you. And of course,
And Antonio Lining capitalizes on that opportunity given to him, partner.
he saw it. So he basically called his bluff, and this looks like a bank that Lining will be executing next. That was so close right there. And it looks like the Slayer is back on the table and he smells blood.
Excellent shot, partner. Well executed. And then he has a nice preparation for his next shot. You know, he's gonna play this ball back and forth probably because both the 8 and the 9 ball are on opposite edges. So let's see. Oh, he makes that one. Oh,
I
no.
think that was a bit. He didn't expect that. So he,
You see the look of frustration in his face.
yeah.
Uh,
Well, we know that. We know that. Of course, he did not intend to get into that 9 ball, but this is going to leave him a shot where it's going to be a bit challenging to play safe here. So we're going to see it. I think he's taking out the jump cue.
Extension.
Okay, he calls for his extension. Oh, that rattles. And then repositioning of the balls. There you go.
And
Possession and control shifts to Antonio.
yes, looks like Lining will have the opportunity to get a leg up, another rack ahead of Levan Corteza.
And there you go.
Antonio Lining.
Vice leaning. Inches a bit closer to Jeffrey Ignacio. 24 points against Jeffrey's 28.
So we'll see here if you'll see the unfortunate error in getting position to that 8 ball, which forced him to perform a jump shot. And of course, the jump shot is very difficult to execute, even by the standards of the best players in the world. So that was very so that was something that could have been avoided if Corteza had just been more had found a way to not get into the nines way. But anyway, it's a win for Nicoy Lining. And of course, the Cobra from Las Piñas is up next. Jeffrey Ignacio returns to the table, and he'll be up to break after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Oh, partner. You saw the Co brothers naman, both world champions. So, I think people should start buying their stuff.
That's right. And if you want to get Co products, Q-tips and jump cues, you can contact Jojo Sanchez at 0920-923-8752. That's again 0920-923-8752. Look for Jojo Sanchez and he can get you the Co Q-tips and jump cues. And of course, we'd like to, say again, congratulations to the winner of our second event, the monthly finals, the one and only Threee, the Grand Salbakuta Isidro of Rizal, as he won earlier.
Partner, that monthly finals that happened earlier today, that was talagang cutting it close. I mean, Yoingo had 7. I mean, he almost won it. But, these guys are really cream of the crop. Best of the best.
Right. And the fact that they are here with the Sharks, part of the Sharks family, there's a lot of potential for them to keep getting better.
Yes, partner, I agree.
So that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial and Jeffrey Ignacio continuing the run of solid breaking that has been a hallmark of this Three Kings Challenge. So we are going to find out here what he plans to do because obviously the 8 ball blocking the 1. So
partner, let's see how the Cobra handles this pretty difficult shot. But he's a pro. He can make that. Oh, he rattles that. Plays a safety, I guess.
Well, he had to kick it, so he definitely did that as a safety. Now, the challenge here for him is that he leaves Antonio leaning a long shot. And of course, as the shot gets longer, it gets harder to control, which is why in that instance, Jeffrey Ignacio felt it was the best decision to take.
Okay, let's watch Antonio leaning as he deals with this attempt at the 1 ball. He hides it behind the 8. It's gonna be
It looks like he has an opening here. He might actually be able to get to the 1-9, but instead he decides to play safe.
Partner, the safety game begins. Here we go.
Well, I think and looks like Leaning might have gotten away with a little bit of safety there because from that angle doesn't look like Jeffrey Ignacio can pot this 1 ball, so he might have to kick at it. He'll take the jump cue.
Oh wow, that was nicely executed, partner.
That's how you make a jump shot right there. And of course, if you take a look, the jump shot really requires a lot of concentration, a lot of practice, and it looks there like Jeffrey Ignacio showed us exactly how to pull off a perfect jump shot right there.
And after that jump shot, he had a good prepare for the 2 ball.
Yes.
And he made that. So, yeah. These guys are just top of the line.
Yes. Because when you're playing at this level, you have to always think like 2, 3, even the entire rack ahead. Because you have to, of course, think of where will the 4, where can I get position for the 4, the 5, the 6, the 7, and so on.
And the Cobra sinks that for his 29th point. Na hindi na namin kailangan magkwento. Panoorin nyo na lang gaano kagaling maglaro itong mga players sa Sharks.
And these players are indeed very, how should we put it? It's like watching an artist paint when they perform so well here. I mean, pag nakita mo sila mag-perform, it's like seeing them put on a master class. And look at that jump shot there. That jump shot was brilliant. Ang ganda ng positioning niya, partner. Look at how he just runs this rack very efficiently. No wasted motion, no nothing. It's just Jeffrey Ignacio showing us what he can do on the pool table.
Mag-agree ako dun sa'yo, partner. Talagang, this is sport, but there's also art. Yung kanilang pag-express ng kanilang laro.
And speaking of art, we have another pool artist from Davao City this time, the Slayer, Vann Corteza. He'll be up to break, and we'll take a word from our sponsor in just a few.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And of course, if you want to be a member of the great family of talented pool players here at Sharks, we have our screenings regularly at the Hard Time Sports Bar. And for more information, please contact Mr. Alex Parker at 0916-466-4695. Again, Mr. Alex Parker can be reached at 0916-466-4695. So if you want to become a part of the Mecca of Pool that is Sharks, just contact Mr. Alex Parker, and we will be more than happy to have you join this family of talent here. So screenings again will be held at Hard Time Sports Bar. And for the meantime, of course, we want to say on Facebook, Confi Trinidad de Cruz says, paki-shout out po Gilvani Lasola, watching from Kulaman in Sultan Kudarat, Mindanao. Thank you for watching.
Magandang gabi sa inyo dyan, guys. I hope you're enjoying the superb matchup we have for tonight.
And that break brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Very solid break there by Vann Corteza. And he has a shot to the 2, although, of course, he just has to make of course, getting position to the 3 might be a little challenging, but as they say, he's the artist, and we will see how he executes.
Oh, that 2 rattles, but he sinks 1 ball on the other corner, right?
That was a very nice. That was actually a nice 2-way shot that he took. So he gets himself still makeable angle for the 2, although he has the bridge. He has to use the bridge because the angle's a bit awkward here.
Extension.
He calls for his extension. And he drops it with a good prepare for the 3.
So this may be it for Levan Corteza, the man they call the Slayer. Oh, and that was...
Ouch, ouch.
That had to hurt.
I thought it was gonna drop in, partner. I mean, I expected the best case scenario, but
Yes.
there you go. It rattles. The ball rattles. So
Well, there's nothing that Levan Cortez can do about it now, but hope that Jeffrey Ignacio will make an error that will send him back to the table. But of course, Jeffrey Ignacio, not one player that you also want to make a mistake around, because he will be more than happy to take advantage.
partner, the Cobra is smelling blood.
I think the Cobra just is about to strike here. He's starting to bite. So of course,
Look at the concentration in his face, in his eyes.
yes,
He wants to get this. He's get his 30th point.
and the Cobra from Las Piñas City looking to take advantage. He's got a
Look
very
at that
good
focus. Look at the focus in his eyes when he was
Yes.
taking that shot. Aim for the corner, nail it.
He's got that focus there, and a nice setup for the 9, nearly
And
making it there.
Just a little push, and that's the 30th point.
and that's
and
all she wrote.
There you
for-
go.
Ignacio.
Yes.
The Cobra, 30 points.
So as we can see here, this was the shot that Levan Corteza missed. This was a very unfortunate error, because this gave control of this rack to Jeffrey Ignacio, who was more than happy to make this rack one of his 30 points that he has earned so far today.
You see that fist bump, that show of respect? That's how players are here at Sharks. you know?
Yes.
It's the friendly competition. I ain't losing to you, bro. But, we play to win. So up next, Antonio Vicelini, our easily one of our legendary players from the Philippines, from the Oriental Mindoro. So let's see how he does against Jeffrey, the Cobra Ignacio.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And up next, well, rather coming soon, we of course have this. This is one match I would love to see. Francisco Django Bustamante, the man who has brought so much glory to Philippine pool, will take on Darren Dynamite Appleton, the man from England. So this is a battle of Europe and Asia. Two great players which are being brought together here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. And this match, of course, being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions and Hard Time Sports Bar as well. So I can't wait for this one.
Partner, Darren Appleton will go through a gauntlet of players, of local players. Let's see how he does against our very own Django and the other players scheduled to
Yes.
play against him. So currently, the Cobra is on top with 30 points. Antonio Vicelini going up against him at 24, and then Levan Corteza still there, ready to pounce. Okay, here we go.
That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And it looks like a dry break, yes. So,
You see him grimace talaga. Nakita natin reaction ni Vice na parang pambihira, walang malalaglag.
yep, I'm sure that he was hoping to continue the streak of good breaks, but it looks like It looks like he gave the table to the Cobra, who will now strike at this opportunity.
And there we go. He drops the first ball. Oh,
And
not a clear shot to the 2.
he might just have enough angle, but of course, he's looking around just to make sure. He's trying to see all the angles. It looks a bit close, but I think he might have just the angle to get this in. The question, of course, will be...
Extension.
Calls for his extension.
Yes. Question will be what he'll do after that, because the 3 is on the rail as well, and he has to make sure he gets positioned for that too. And what a nice play there. Very nice execution there with that spin to bring it back to almost where it was before. Very nicely played.
Partner, you know what? These pro players, they really amaze me in how much control they do with that cue ball. It's just like shooting the ball just to make it go in, and then it's always a good prepare for the next, and then the next, and then the next.
That's so amazing, yes, because that's why they are in this position, because they are that good that they can take control, that they can control the ball so well. They can make the ball do anything that they want, and in this case, they're showing us exactly what they are capable of doing.
The Cobra is striking. And that's 31 points for the Cobra. Pretty unfortunate dry break for Vice, and Jeffrey just make the most out of the opportunity given him.
Yeah, we'll see here. So no balls going down for Antonio Lining, leaving the door open for Jeffrey Ignacio to show us how to finish a rack.
Partner, I would say the Cobra surgically nailed those balls.
That's exactly right. Very precise, very well coordinated attack on all the balls on that table.
Napakalinis. And of course, the show of respect, that fist bump.
And coming up next, the Slayer from Davao City. He's a great player in his own right, and you would of course love to, and he's got a great fan base himself. Vann Corteza, the man they call Vann, is up next to break, and we'll be right back after this.
Hello, this is only the beginning of a great new adventure in Philippines. In paving the way to our filing of a bill to support our Philippine billiards icon, especially the top of the list, Efren Bata Reyes. It is with great pride that we welcome you all to the first ever Philippine 10-ball open.
Thank you very much, Sir Congressman Teves. Thank you for your passion and your vision for Filipino billiards. So here, one example of this is the Philippine 10-ball open, presented by the Congressman himself and the Billiard Managers and Players Association of the Philippines. So October 24 to 31, entry fee of 300 pesos gives you a chance to win that 1.5 million pesos. It's going to be divided by the top 64.
Of course, yes. And as you can see here, double knockout format will be applied in the earlier rounds, and once we get to the top 64, single knockout format will be applied with the eliminated player to pay for the table. Registration is until October 16, 2022, and for inquiries, contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. That's 0956-841-6602. And up next to break will be, of course, Ivan Corteza. And that break was brought to you by Robo Commercial. Very nice, solid break there.
Maybe he's going to give himself a chance to catch up. He's just down 2 from Antonio's 24. A pretty 9 points to catch up with Jeffrey. But let's see. Partner, ganun-ganun lang. 32 points na si Cobra.
Yes, and Jeffrey Ignacio still showing us why he is the front runner in this challenge, in this Three Kings challenge.
Alam mo, partner, panurin na lang natin siya maglaro. Wag na natin ikuwento. I mean, ganun lang yun
Yes,
eh. Oh,
yeah. That's
look
how
at that.
That's
Look
how
at
good
that.
he is. The game speaks for itself.
They're playing connect the dots with billiard balls.
And coming up next, the man from Oriental Mindoro, Antonio Lining, will be up to break. And we will be right back with more after this.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And coming soon to Sharks, of course, Antonio Vicelini, one of tonight's three competitors in the Three Kings Challenge, will square off with Darren Dynamite Appleton. This match is brought to you exclusively by Bugsy Promotions in tandem with the Mecca of Pool Sharks. For more details, keep it tuned to our official Facebook and YouTube channels. And of course, all you have to do is just go to our channels and you can watch this blockbuster matchup for free.
Yes, partner. Just tune in to our YouTube and you can check out the highlights if you miss it on our Facebook page. So
that's right. And by the way, going to our Facebook page, Henry Camantigue is watching from Tagaytay City. Thank you so much, Henry, for watching. And of course, to Teresa from saying good evening. Of course, it's morning here. I'll assume that you're in the United States, so hope you're having a great morning there as well. And up next to break is Antonio Vicelini, the man of 1,000 monikers. That break brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And it looks like
a dry break.
Yes, looks like that.
Look at the frustration in his face. Wala na naman, nahulog.
Parang pangalawa niya yata.
Yeah,
if I'm correct, his
yeah,
second consecutive dry break. So it's
gives the Cobra another opening for possibly his 33rd point. Let's see how he deals with this scatter of the balls.
So he decides to play safe and hide it. Yes, he manages to hide it partially behind the 5 ball. The 3 ball rather, and it's glued and it's frozen to the 6. So this is going to be an interesting situation for Vice to figure out.
Partner, nagtataguan na naman sila ng bola.
Sabi nga nila, the first man to blink is the one who is going to pay in this match.
Ayan na, partner. So, Vice is giving the Cobra a bit of a challenge here. Sige pare, tirahin mo nga yan.
And he manages to strike the 1 ball, but that looks like we might see Antonio Lining take this on. He might actually be able to take this, but as you can see here, preparing for the 2 is going to be difficult because of the angles here. So he's going to have to really study this.
Partner, medyo awkward nga yung positioning ng 2 doon sa likod. If he makes this 1, let's see how he controls the cue so he can make a clear shot on the 2. Okay, he drops that 1 ball. Oh, wow.
So then, of course, he does see the 2 now. The question now will be whether he'll go for the 2-6 combination or possibly a carom off the 2 to the 6. But it looks like he's going for the straight combination here. And he decides to play it safe. So
the mind game continues, partner.
And what a nice bank shot there. Perfectly executed by the Cobra as he gets himself in great position for the 3 as well. You see it right here. Gets that to fall.
And he gives that 3 just enough to sink it on the side. With a nice prepare for the 4.
That's right. So he's looking at the 4 ball now, and the 5 ball is going to be an interesting question. It looks like it just passes into that pocket, but he decides to play it safe and play it into the long corner pocket up table.
Partner, parang natigilan si the Cobra dito.
Looks like he ran it just a little too close to the bottom rail. So it looks like he might have to just
Let's see, partner, what
here.
happens, huh?
And that was the problem right
Ouch.
there. Unfortunately, leaving it so close to the rail, that cost him to...
You see the frustration in his face. Could have sunk it.
Well, he certainly knows in the back of his mind now that he could have prepared it better. But now, it's all about Antonio Lining taking care of business with this 9-ball.
It's a gift from the Cobra.
Oh,
No,
my goodness.
it rattles too. Look at his
Wow.
face. I mean, talaga,
And he can
kanto na.
he can
Shoot
only
na.
help but smile as he
Yeah.
just thinks, okay, maybe. Well, this is going to be a very interesting shot because the options are to either go for a thin cut or possibly a bank into one of the corner pockets. He goes for the long cut and
And it goes, bro. This 9-ball doesn't want to go home. Doesn't want to go home yet.
well, as I was saying at one point, it's like the force fields have been activated on these pockets. But of course, Lining, I think, still sees something here. This looks like a possible bank opportunity at this point. So Lining
Let's see how the Vice plays this.
perfectly
And there you
played.
go.
Antonio Lini.
That's a perfectly played bank shot there as
Vicelini.
Antonio Vicelini shows us exactly how to pull it off. That was a brilliant shot here. Now we'll see, of course, here the prior miss that set up the bank shot opportunity for the man they call Vice. We'll see it here. And here's that brilliantly executed bank shot.
Partner, ganito talaga sa Sharks, no? Pag hindi mo sinot yung money ball, titirahin ang kalaban mo yun.
Exactly. Yun nga ang sabi nila. There's more than one way to make the 9-ball, and that's what they're proving tonight. Coming up, the Slayer from Davao City, the one and only Vann Corteza, will be up to break, and we will be right back after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And coming soon to Sharks, the Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin from Taiwan takes on the Kingpin, Paseth Mokaibat. The Philippines squares off against Taiwan in this encounter of the Asian Pacific Stars. And this is available only here on the Mecha Pool Sharks. So keep it tuned here for some more great opportunities. And of course, we'll go to our Facebook here real quick. And of course, we have some great thoughts here. So Doug Hall says thanks for the stream, and he's pulling for Vann Corteza, who'll be up to break next. And of course, over on YouTube, Jeffrey Mirar says good evening and shout out to everyone, and he is betting for his tokayo, the Cobra, Jeffrey Ignacio, to win. And well, this is going to be interesting because Vann Corteza will be up to break, and he will be taking on Vicelini in this next rack.
And that break was brought to us by Europa.
So definitely not a dry break here, as Vann with a little bit of a smile, knowing that yes, finally I'm back on the table. But of course, as we can see here, no direct shot on the 1, so he has the option to either go for a push out or play it safe. So this is going to be all up to him. So So we'll see what Vann's plan is. Looks like a push out here.
I mean, partner, you can't give Antonio Lining clean shots. He's gonna run out also. pag
That's the thing there, because these players are so good. When they do a push out, they have to keep in mind that their competition may either decide to pass it back onto them or may actually call their bluff and take the shot on.
Ayun na, partner. Vice tried to go for that corner, but I guess sa plano niya na maniobra yung one ball pabalik sa gitna.
Right, and we'll see here, and great shot right there as Vann Corteza saw the opening. The long shot into that upper corner pocket, perfectly executed. And he sets himself up for the 3 and then the 4. I think we can safely say here that this is going to boost Vann's confidence.
Oh, definitely, partner. I mean, if, lalo na pag naghahabol ka, kailangan talaga yung mga momentum play na ganito. Na, just to keep your confidence up and, I can still win this. I can still come back. And there you go. Just like that.
And looks like Vann has finally found his rediscovered his confidence here. And he looks to get back on the winning track.
Partner, kita mo sa stroke niya na parang dali naman na ito. Pasok na. Oh, itong sunod, pasok na naman.
And looks like the Facebook fans have come out supporting their star Vann Corteza, showing us why he is a favorite among many fans around the world.
And the Slayer gets his 23rd point. And the fist bump, the show of respect amongst players here. Let's look at this.
So he gets a break going here, and he takes advantage of that opening with the 1, and from there it's academic. And coming up next, the Cobra, Jeffrey Ignacio from Las Piñas, is up next to break. And as it says here, he started playing pool because of his father. He's one of the best players in our hometown, and this inspired him to play pool. So, very similar to my story. I also got the
Partner,
inspiration
actually,
from my
maraming players dito sa Sharks. Ang father nila naglaro din.
Yes.
At na-influensyahan yung anak. At actually, meron tayong amateurs. Ang mag-amang Adamos, Arsenio,
Oh yes,
Paulo.
yes, and we'll have more of that action coming right up after this. So let's get our sponsors in.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And coming soon to Sharks, the Black Tiger, reigning defending U.S. Open champion and member of Team Philippines that won the Predator World Team Championship. The Black Tiger Carlo Biado takes on the Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin and of course it's a battle of the Asian powerhouses, the Philippines and Taiwan, as they square off only here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So you can only see it here, partner.
Partner, parang dadaan ata sa butas ng karayon to si Chang Yun Lin, ano?
Well,
palagay mo?
Well, Chang Yun Lin, to be fair, is also a very good player in his own right. So I would just love to see this. When that day comes, I hope I can have the honor of either being on the commentary here or just being able to watch it through Facebook or YouTube.
Likewise, partner. Mapanood lang, okay na. Pero
Yes.
kung pwedeng makadaupang palad, bakit hindi?
And we have, as you can see here, Still not a runaway match here, but there's the Cobra. He strikes with that break, brought to you by Robo Commercial. So he gets 2 balls down, and this is obviously the 2 ball coming up for Jeffrey Ignacio. So he's asking for the rack to be removed, and of course the racking device is intended just to make sure that the balls stay well racked, but he wants that removed just to make sure it doesn't interfere with how the balls will naturally
Yes,
roll.
partner. The surface matters talaga. And I would say, okay talaga itong mga ref natin dito sa Sharks. Talaga maingat sila sa pagganyan, not to give anyone an unfair advantage.
Exactly, and that's a very nice, and that's a great defensive play here as the cue ball is sandwiched between the 9 and the 3. And Vann unfortunately misses.
That's foul number 1 for Levan, I believe, partner.
Yes, it's his first foul. And as you might be aware, 3 foul rule is in effect. So if a player commits 3 consecutive fouls, that will mean loss of the rack. So that's why I think we've seen that in some of the amateur matches. It's happened with some of the amateurs who, when they've seen an opportunity to force 3 consecutive fouls, they've done that. And the pros here, especially at this level, they're more focused on really just making all the balls count. That's more their
Partner,
thing.
speaking of focus, look at every time titira itong si the Cobra, talagang parang tutuklaw talaga sa target. Look at this. There you go. Talagang yung focus sa mata niya, partner, napapansin ko talaga.
Well, we know
Target on site.
We know that Jeffrey Ignacio is capable of winning the big matches, and he is showing it tonight. He has definitely jumped into a nice lead here, but of course he has some very tough competition here in Antonio Lining and Levan Corteza, and
Extension.
of course,
He calls for his extension.
yes. So we'll see how he'll finish off this rack. And there we go, the Cobra showing us why he is one of the preeminent players in Philippine pool with that nice solid run out. And of course, we'll take a look at the highlights here of some of how they pulled this off here. But for the meantime, we'll go check out Antonio Lining from Oriental Mindoro. He's up to break, and he will be up next, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And coming soon to Sharks, RoboCop Dennis Orcolio takes on the Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin. Of course, these two players, guaranteed Money King competitors, take on each other in this what promises to be a classic matchup. So thanks so much for again tuning in. We hope you'll be tuned in also for this match only here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. For the meantime, we'll go back to our social media channels here over on Facebook. Fajardo A. Ruelito is greeting good evening to the commentators and good evening po sa lahat. And of course, over on YouTube, Anthony Keller says, hope the Sharks have had a nice weekend. All these players are very dedicated to play on Sunday just to give all of us fans some good entertainment. And right you are, Anthony, and we're glad to have you here with us on YouTube. And of course, Doug Hall saying here, he's come to YouTube to root for, yes, another Corteza fan right here. So yes, Vann showing us
The
why.
Slayer.
Yes.
Hindi papaiwan yan.
And coming up next, there's a break from Antonio Lining, and that break brought to you by Ropo Commercial. And looks like he got the balls down on the break, but position for the 2 is not what he was hoping for.
Yeah, that's a pretty weird position for the 2. Let's see how Vice deals with this one.
Of course, we'd also like to acknowledge on Facebook Jack Turansky, who says, good evening from JT's Q Repair over in Boston. I've actually checked their site, and they do have decades of experience in repairing queues, so they're worth checking out if you're over in the Boston area of Boston, Massachusetts in the US. And well, Kelvin, maybe we can wait until I get my bonus pay so I can buy myself a brand new queue, hopefully. But I appreciate that. And of course, the kick by Jeffrey Ignacio. Looks like he just gave away that open 2-ball for Antonio Lining. And the academic finish there for Antonio Lining, showing how it is to take advantage when your opponent makes a mistake. So we'll see it here. Antonio Lining, well, he got a good break here, except for the position, but he returned to the table and showing us exactly why he is one of the stalwarts of Philippine pool. Solid play right here from Antonio Lining. And coming up next, Livan Corteza, one of the favorites of the crowd here on social media and the world, I would say, is up next to break. So we'll be right back after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. a warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And of course, our Top Guns winner for today, the first event winner, the one and only Mr. Matinik Nino Campo of Quezon City, doing us proud in our first ever match of the day. And again, congratulations, Nino, for showing the stuff that you're made of as you won this first event. And of course, we'll have more Top Guns events in the coming days, so keep it tuned here to the Mecca of Pool Sharks. And there's our Three Kings standings right there. Jeffrey Ignacio still firmly in the lead, but Antonio Lining and Vann Corteza not too far behind. Over on Facebook, Kel Rock says, go Lolo Koy. So I guess this is for Nicoy Lining. Still a well-loved player here, also on social media. And we hope that you continue supporting us here at Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. So Vann Corteza has great position on the 1. Although, well, he has an open shot on the 1, but getting to the 2 looks a little challenging here. As the angle seems a little awkward from this point. Vann looking around, making sure where the 3 is before attempting this cut on the 2. And we're seeing here. So Corteza didn't quite get the position he wanted on that 3, so he elects to play safe. And he might have left a window here for Antonio Lining to go for the 3. He's checking that space for the opportunity. And what a nice shot there from Vann Corteza. And another one there. Great bank shot. So 2 excellent shots so far from Vann Corteza back to back. And he isn't done yet. Oh, but he missed that 6. That was so close right there. And Antonio Lining to take this rack home and get to 27 points.
6 points down from our leading player, the Cobra.
And as we can take a look here, Antonio Lining taking advantage of the opportunity afforded of the miss by Vann. And ironically, he had a couple of great shots prior to that one. So coming up next, Jeffrey Ignacio, the Cobra, hailing from Las Piñas City, is up to break. And we'll be right back.
Secret weapon of champions. battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Cool Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And of course, congratulations again to the winner of our monthly finals for our second event earlier today, the Grand Salbakuta, Tracy Isidro of Rizal, coming up with the win there. And of course, he put up a great performance there as he comes up the winner of this second event, which preceded our main event. So again, congratulations to the Grand Salbakuta himself for showing us a great performance in the monthly finals. And of course, moving over to YouTube, Santos Cabab says, watching here in Lawag City, Ilocos Norte. So thank you for watching all the way from the northerly province of Ilocos Norte. Thank you so much. And we're going to go up next to break with the Cobra, Jeffrey Ignacio.
Break.
That break brought to you by Ropa Commercial. A very nice break, very good spread of the balls, and this may be the opportunity that Jeffrey Ignacio is looking for to continue building on that lead. So Antonio leaning, trying to play safe here, and he might have gotten it. So he hides the cue ball with that 7 ball. Unfortunately, the kick there completed by Jeffrey Ignacio, and looks like this is going to leave, well, an opportunity here either for a safe, or if he's more daring, this looks like a bank opportunity as well. And what a nicely executed bank shot there. Antonio Lining showing us just how it's done. That's how you make things happen there, with a bank shot right there. And of course, Antonio Lining supporters also coming out here on social media, showing their support for their local hero. Vicelini takes advantage and gets back on track himself. So you can see here, takes advantage of the miss, and there's this back shot that's executed to perfection. You can see the wonderful skill set that Antonio Lining shows us in getting the job done. Perfectly executed. Coming up next, Vann Corteza will be up to break, and we will be back with more messages from our sponsors, and we'll check out what's happening on social media after this.
Hello, this is only the beginning of a great new adventure in Philippine pool. In paving the way to our filing of a bill to support our Philippine billiards icon, especially the top of the list, Efren Bata Reyes. It is with great pride that we welcome you all to the first ever Philippine 10-ball open.
And that was Congressman Arnie Teves, one of the presenters of the 2022 Philippine 10-ball open, which will take place from October 24 to 31, 2022. And for the entrance fee of just 300 pesos, you can be one of the lucky players to finish with a share of the 1.5 million peso prize pool. The tournament starts with double knockout format, and then the single knockout format will be implemented with the top 64, with the eliminated player to pay for the game table. Registration's ongoing until October 16, 2022, with limited slots for 512 players only. For inquiries, contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. That's Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. So register now and be a part of Philippine pool history. And that break from Vann Corteza brought to you by Rob Commercial. And Vann has a pretty nice spread here on the table. So the 2 looks like it'll go to the side, and the 3 into the corner. Vann Corteza, of course, has won his fair share of tournaments both locally and internationally, and he was even a part of the victorious Team Philippines with Dennis Orculio in the 2013 World Cup of Pool. He was part of that as well, so Corteza's pedigree as a champion, definitely not something you can question. Over on Facebook, Louis Perez says, shout out watching from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, Team Lining. So yes, definitely an Antonio Lining fan right there. And over on YouTube, Jetina Chanel Nafin says, Lining can still shoot, but my heart belongs to Vann. And looks like Vann might have just done it here. Great run there. Vann Corteza catching fire there as he executes a well-run break. Vann Corteza with a very nice break here, showing us why he is a world-class pool player. And you can see here just how well he executes it. So, partner, I know that you've seen these players quite a lot, and I don't know. For me, every time I see them play, I never fail to be amazed by how good they are.
Ito quick partner. Laging may kasabihan sa mga Dota at mga ML, comebacks are real. Comebacks are real.
Yes, indeed. And coming up next, Jeffrey Ignacio will be right back to break from the table here. So the Cobra, we'll get to see him in action next. And we will take a quick break with our sponsors coming up next.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Coming soon to Sharks, Francisco Django Bustamante, a legend of Philippine pool, takes on Darren Dynamite Appleton, one of the stalwarts of England. So, who will win in this battle between England and the Philippines? Well, you'll get to see that here only on Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. So, keep it tuned here for updates. And of course, going back to social media here, Jean Nieves says, nice streaming, guys. Jean Nieves watching in Ponce, Puerto Rico. So, again, thank you so much for tuning in. And I believe the time difference in Puerto Rico is like 12 hours. So, that's going to be quite a time difference here. So, it's, well, right now it's 9:50. It's almost 10 p.m. here. So, it should be almost 10 a.m. where she is. So, this is gonna be so we're happy to have you, our worldwide audience, watching this. Thank you so much. And here comes the Cobra, the break. And that's brought to you by Ropo Commercial. I like this layout. It looks pretty good.
The Cobra is ready to strike again, partner.
Well, we are going to see what Jeffrey has planned with this break right here. After making a ball on the break, it's his turn now to show us what he can do.
Partner, parang kumurap lang ako. Na-shoot na lahat ng bola.
Well, alam naman natin si Jeffrey, pag nakahanap yan ng opportunity, tutuloy lang siya, and look at him go with that nice break.
Partner, run out ba yung nangyari doon? Parang ano?
Yeah, it was definitely an elementary run out by the Cobra, showing us how you finish a rack and not give your opponent the opportunity to get to the table. Ganun kagaling.
35 points. Right there on the... 34 points. Right there on the board.
Yes, it is. And the Cobra showing us why he is such a dangerous opponent. Antonio Lining will be up next to break. And we will have our sponsors just before we get to this. So we'll be right back.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Antonio Vicelini, one of tonight's competitors, will also have a chance to take on Darren Dynamite Appleton in future competition. So it's coming soon here on Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. So keep it tuned here for updates, as we'll be announcing this match once it's available. So of course, we want to thank all of you for watching today's matchup, and we hope that you continue tuning in. So coming up next to break, we will get to see Antonio Lining, and he'll lead off this break right here, which is brought to you by Robo Commercial.
That seems, that's a dry break for Antonio Lining. So possession and control of the table shifts to Jeffrey, the Cobra, Ignacio.
Extension.
Jeffrey calls for his extension. It looks like the Cobra is set to pounds again. So there's a clear shot for the Threee. Let's see how he handles the rest of the table after this shot. A bit of a body stretch there for the Cobra, but he nails that ball with a good set for a good prepare for the next one. Gives it a little push, and that ball drops. And there we go. Another rack for the Cobra. It's really a showcase of his ball control and his precise shots. Look at that. And then there you go, another one. and then the next one, and then the next one. It's like video game. So yeah, that's the 35th point of the Cobra. Coming up next is the Slayer from Davao City, Vann Corteza. Let's see kung puputol niya ang streak ni the Cobra.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Okay, running score right now. Jeffrey the Cobra Ignacio still on 35 points, leading the way. Antonio Lining at 28 and Vann Corteza at 24. Let's see if Antonio and Vann can catch up to this, I would say, not insurmountable, but definitely a dominant outing for the Cobra.
Break.
And that break was brought to us by Ropa. Vann hit that cue ball behind that cluster. Let's see what the Cobra will do to be able to hit that one ball.
Extension.
He calls for his extension. Oh,
Foul.
I believe, yeah, that was a foul. The referee calls for a foul. Cue ball given to Vann. So let's see what he does with this window given to him. Bit of an awkward shot for him to make. Yeah, he makes the contortion to knock down that 3 with I would say a good prepare for the 4 ball. Gives it enough push. And the Slayer
Vann
gets his
Corteza.
25th point. And just like that, he is inching closer to Antonio Leaning's 28 points. So look at that. A good break. And he surgically shoots all those balls, just like connecting the dots. Look at that. Amazing. Look at that precision. And he sinks the money ball. So up next is Antonio Leaning, also known as Vice or Nikoy, a native of Oriental, Mindoro. So yeah, let's see what happens in this next.
Is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
All right, coming soon on Sharks, the Fire Dragon, Chang Yun Lin versus Carlo Biado, the Black Tiger. Definitely a must-watch event here on Sharks. Please tell your friends about it. Don't miss it. So Jeffrey Ignacio is 15 points away from the target of 50 points. Antonio Leaning is at 28. Vann Corteza at 25. Let's see how Vann does against Antonio Leaning on this next track.
Break.
And that break was brought to us by Ropa. That is a nice way to hide that 2 ball behind the... Well, he can thread it through the needle, partner.
The angle does look a bit sharp, but he just has to be careful when he makes this. Very nicely done.
Kaya sila pro, kapatid.
Exactly. They don't get to this level without years of practice and training. So you can see here, Vann now has an open attack on the 3. And he'll go 3 rails up for the 4, which he executes perfectly. Very nicely executed.
Partner, kinikilig na naman yung mga Vann Corteza fans dyan, ano?
Oh, yes.
Eto na, umaarangkada na si Idol.
Well, syempre, sikat naman si, kasi, iba pa rin pag sikat, iba pa rin talaga pag magaling nga naman katulad ni Vann.
Ayan na po tayo. Last two to get his 26th point.
Simple stun shot does the trick. And Vann Corteza with point number 26 after that 9-ball. Very well done. So we can see here, very nice shot on the 1 and then taking the 2. And of course that shot going from the 3 to 4 was perhaps a key to this rack. And Vann showing us exactly why he is a world-class pool talent right here.
And partner, he closes the gap kay Antonio leading. 2 points
true.
na lang. Tatabla na siya kay Antonio.
And coming up next, our current leader, the Cobra of Las Piñas, Jeffrey Ignacio, will be up to break. And syempre, we have to get back to our sponsors for this. And after that, more pool action coming up next.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, RoboCop Dennis Orculio of the Philippines takes on the Fire Dragon Chang Lu Lin, the Money Game Kings of the Philippines and Taiwan respectively, will face off soon exclusively here on Sharks. So keep it tuned here for the Mech of Pool for updates on when this encounter will take place. And hopping over to social media here on Facebook, Joseph Raymond Padua says, shoutout po sa mga bilyarista ng Las Piñas. And of course, maraming salamat, Joseph, sa iyong panonood po dito sa Sharks. Thank you so much for that. And Lianto Osa says, hello, I'm from Indonesia and thank you so much for watching us live from Indonesia. And of course, we're seeing here on social media very lively discussions on who are the best Filipino pool players and how they are doing right now. And coming up next, here's another great player in Jeffrey Ignacio. With that break, brought to you by Europa Commercial. So we can see here, he has an open look on the 1. Although getting to the 2 might be a little challenging here. So he'll just have to... Well, we'll see here. That was definitely a dry break as Vann Corteza is back on the table. And Vann does the job here, getting it to the 2. And he's going to have this hug the rail. He's just checking if there's enough space because it is fairly close to the 7.
Extension.
Alright, he calls for his extension. This shot is pretty tricky, partner.
Yes, as I was mentioning earlier, it's gonna require him to run the rail, and it looks like he couldn't get the right angle, so he decides, I'll play it safe instead.
Tago na lang behind that purple ball.
Right. Would have been better if he got it much closer to the 4, so that would have been harder for Jeffrey Ignacio to shoot, but anything to stall the advance of the Cobra is welcome.
Extension.
Alright, the Cobra calls for his extension as well.
And it looks like the Cobra gave this one up to the Slayer. So Vann back on the table, and he has the open opportunity to start taking charge. And this looks like it's all she wrote for Vann. Corteza coming through with his 27th point of this Race to 50 Three Kings Challenge.
Partner, again, ganun-ganun lang. Na-shoot na lahat ng bola.
At this level of competition, your one mistake can easily be your last. Ganun kagaling sila. So it really forces you. Mapipilitan ka talaga maglaro sa mataas na level, because if you make a mistake, then you could be on the opposite end.
Partner, 1 point na lang ang lamang ni Antonio kay Vann. So let's see how Vice responds to this. Siya ang magbe-break. So tignan po natin ang mangyayari sa susunod na rack.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And of course, Nino Campo, the winner of our Top Gun's first event for today, coming through with a spectacular performance. Congratulations to the man they call Matinik, because as the name says, implies matinik na competitor to. Hindi lang to nagpapatalo ng basta-basta.
And partner, kaninang umago, hindi rin biro ang mga kalaban ni Nino kanina. Si Stingray, Ray Sigua, at si Dennis Pro, the transporter.
Yes, absolutely. O nga pala, yung isa sa mga partners natin sa booth, si Transporter pala was also one of those. And congratulations, ganda ng effort niya. So that's coming up. So that's a great effort for Nino Campo. And coming up next, we will have Antonio Vicelini taking on the break here. And of course, Simon Kwan from Facebook says, good evening, Sharks, watching from Indonesia. So hope you're enjoying this, Simon. You have a good day. And of course, Antonio Lining will be up to break next. And this break is brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And it looks like a dry break for Antonio Lining. Not very happy with that. And this leaves Vann a shot on the one. But of course, the question is, will he play safe or will he go for a bank? Well, we'll find out. And
Wow.
yes, beautifully executed bank. It's the kind of play that we come to expect from Mr. Corteza. The kind of play that we expect only from a player of his caliber. And I think that remember, it's one of the skills that Filipinos help make popular in pool, which is the ability to make bank shots, to make kicks, precision kicks that get the ball where you want it to go without being a direct path. Iba talaga, partner, pag ganun ang skill mo.
Partner, parang ang umbrella term ata dyan sa mga Pinoy players, yung tinatawag na diskarte.
Exactly.
Yung mga bank shot na yan, yung mga parang snake shot, mga
Yes.
jump shot na yan, diskarte ang tawag dyan ng mga Pilipino.
Yan ang proudly Pinoy na skill there. And that's what we are
Alright.
known for now. So,
Slayer calls for his extension.
so set this up. And good spot on the 4. Now, just has to make sure he gets position for the 5 right after this.
Partner, just a quick pag pinapanood natin itong mga players doing their thing sa kanilang pag-shoot ng mga bola, parang ka nanonood ng mga lead guitar na sobrang galing magtugtog.
Yes.
No? Parang ganun ang dating sa akin, partner.
Yes. Kasi ano siya, kung titignan mo sila, they're like the rock stars. And then the cue ball, and then the pull cues, that's their instrument of choice. And depending on how they perform, they can give you something like a very heavy rock or something na mas emotional na tune. And ganun talagang artistry ng mga pool players talaga. When the shots they can create, iba talaga. And it's such fun to see them to play well.
Ito na, partner, mukhang tatabla na si The Slayer kay Nikoy.
And Corteza gets it done, taking on another point, and he ties it at 28. Ties Antonio Lining. There's that bank shot. Ganda ng execution.
And
Sobrang suabe.
The setup for the next, actually after that bank shot, yung setup niya for the 2, yun ang talagang
Yes,
nag-dictate na nung takbo nitong mesang to.
that's correct. Making the one ball, that bank was crucial. That's why in 9-ball or just about any form of pool, sometimes one shot can make all the difference in a rack. And coming up next, as we can see here, Jeffrey Ignacio, Cobra, the Cobra himself, will be up to break. And we will go check out our sponsors in just a few.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And of course, the winner of our second event, the monthly finals, the one and only Tracy Isidro, the Grand Salbakuta of Rizal. And of course, great performance here for him as he picks up his, I believe, would this be his first, correct?
Yes, partner. And for those players who win the monthly finals, they earn their ticket for that annual championship. So Tracy Isidro earns himself that ticket.
So that means that he'll get to be in the grand event
Yes,
itself.
partner.
Nice.
Yes, partner.
It's
Ang
nice.
defending champion natin dyan is ang ating kapatid dito sa commentary team, si Dennis Pro, the Transporter.
Oh,
Siya
okay.
ang reigning defending annual champion.
Well, that will be a great match to watch, and of course, I think we'll get to see Jeffrey Ignacio. He's up next to break, and this break is being brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Ganda ng break. That's a very nicely clipped break. The two has a somewhat awkward angle though, so not sure if he will play defense or if he'll go for a bank, but that will really be his call. Decision na niyan.
Tignan natin ang diskarte ni the Cobra, partner. At ayun na po. Yun
Excellent bank right there. Excellently executed bank coming from Jeffrey Ignacio, showing us the stuff that he is made of. So we can see here, Jeffrey Ignacio still has a bit of work to do to make sure that this rack is his. And he is so far delivering the goods. And Jeffrey Ignacio takes it into the side pocket for the win on that rack. And he is showing us exactly what he can do here.
Partner, that was a break and run out, I believe.
Yes, a very academic. And you'll see here the bank shot that was one of the key plays there, very well executed.
Partner, I mean that shot could have shifted the possession if hindi pumasok yun, but
yes,
dahil pumasok yun, dire-diretso, tuloy-tuloy, 36 points na.
And there's the one into the side. So Jeffrey Ignacio doing what needs to be done here. Antonio Vicelini is up next, and we will be getting back to this classic encounter after a word from our sponsors.
Hello, this is only the beginning of a great new adventure in Philippine pool. In paving the way to our filing of a bill to support our Philippine billiards icon, especially the top of the list, Efren Bata Reyes. It is with great pride that we welcome you all to the first ever Philippine 10-ball open.
And that was Congressman Arnie Teves inviting everyone to take part in the 2022 Philippine 10-ball Open. This will take place from October 24 to 31, 2022. And for an entry fee of just 300 pesos, you can be part of the prize pool worth 1.5 million pesos. This is a double knockout tournament. We're going, and then we'll switch to single knockout when we reach the top 64. And the player who gets eliminated will pay for the table. And registration ongoing until October 16, 2022. Again, until October 16 lamang po. So if you want to make history, and be one of 512 players joining this historic event, contact Miss Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. That's 0956-841-6602. Look for Miss Nads Ramos. And of course, this is presented by Congressman Arnie Teves and the BMPAP.
And that break was brought to us by Ropa.
Looks like Antonio Lining finally got a good break here. 2 balls down, and he has good position on that 2 ball.
Partner, this is the chance ni Antonio Lining para ma-break yung kanilang 28 all-tie ni Levan Corteza.
Exactly. And great execution there. So he has the 3 ball up next. And it looks like he's going to go for the corner pocket on this one.
Oh, sayang yun, partner. Itago na lang natin sa likod.
Still a very creative solution there, fortunately. So, obviously, si Jeffrey Ignacio will have to choose between playing safe here, most likely, since kulang yung angle niya for attempting a bank. He doesn't have enough room to attempt a bank at this point. He calls
for
extension.
yes.
Yeah. Almost lost track of time there. And he plays safe. So Antonio Lining will be back on the table. And of course, Sen Tahud says, good evening mga boss. And of course, and Ame Baskenron over at Facebook says, shout out kay Miss Nads Ramos. So we'll make sure that Miss Nads was aware of the greeting.
Extension.
And Vice also calls for his extension. So both players have used their extensions for this particular rack.
Yes. Oh, and that was a miss there.
So I believe that's a foul.
Yes, we have so that's ball in hand coming up for Jeffrey Ignacio. And we know that Jeffrey, when he gets an opportunity like this, he can be very hard to beat.
Ito na po mga kaibigan, the Cobra is ready to strike.
Jeffrey Ignacio using all the power he could muster on that draw. So as you can see there, a bit close to that side pocket. Still makeable, but of course, he would have preferred to have had maybe been a little off that. But not a problem. Not a problem at all.
At ayun na po mga kapatid, that is the Cobra's 37th point tonight. He's closing very close, 13 points away from the target 50 points for tonight's, for this event's Three Kings race to 50.
There was a defensive play that started it for the Cobra as he managed to force that error. And we can see here, look at the run. So basically this was just Jeffrey Ignacio showing us what you can do when given the opportunity.
And up next, the Slayer, Vann Corteza, our pool player from Davao City. Let's see how he does against Jeffrey the Cobra Ignacio on this next rack.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon, the Sharks, Francisco Django Bustamante of the Philippines versus Darren Dynamite Appleton of the UK. That's all coming up here on Sharks. We will have the updates for this exclusive matchup as soon as we can. And we hope that you will continue staying tuned to the Mecca of Pool for further updates. Of course, going over to social media, over on Facebook, Zwenson Mangi says, "Good luck, Jeff Ignacio. Mogpog Marinduque billiard players were watching. God bless." So, of course, thank you so much for watching this match. And, of course, over on Facebook, Russian Crush Gaming says, "Sup, homies?" And, yeah, you're watching a great match here, and thank you for tuning in. So, of course, up next to break will be the Slayer coming out of Davao City. The one and only Vann Corteza will be up to break.
And that powerful break was brought to us by a Europa commercial.
So another solid break here. So we're seeing a break here. Very well done. And Corteza looking over at three ball, figuring out where it is so that he can position it, because he has a shot on the two here, going to that corner pocket. And it looks short here as Vann landed a bit short. He needed just to go just forward, even just a couple of inches, and he probably would have had a better shot on this three. So it looks like he's going to play a little defense on this.
Itago na lang yung bola sa kalaban, partner.
Exactly. Because kung hindi mo kayang i-shoot, itago na lang natin yan. Well, that's of course a very defense-oriented style of pool right there. And Jeffrey Ignacio hits the two, but he might have given the opportunity back for Corteza.
Partner, tingnan mo naman yung ngiti sa mukha ni Vann. Parang, thank you pare. Diretso to sa akin.
It's the Vann thank you smile right there. As he's saying, I did it. Oh.
Ayun lang, partner.
What made that shot harder, if you'll notice, was the cue ball was right on the rail.
Medyo dikit nga yun. So, maliit yung space niya to make that clean shot.
Had he been able to, let's say, get it, had the ball been not so close to the rail, had there been some gap, he might have been able to put some proper spin on that ball and gotten the shot to go. But of course,
Ito na, partner. The Cobra is striking again.
yes, that's right. And of course, Carl Luis Concepcion over on YouTube says, shout out from Angeles City. So yes, that's my hometown right there. So Carl, hope you're all having fun there. And of course, be reasonable. From Reno, Nevada, Romy Vasquez says, go Jeff, of course. And he's seeing his boy put on a show here.
Partner, nangangamoy 38th point na ito. Last 2 balls on this rack.
That's right. And Jeffrey Ignacio steadily crawling his way towards the 50-point target. And with this, he will just be 12 away.
Partner, this is a 10-point lead sa kanyang mga katunggali na si Antonio at si Levan. 38, 28, 28. So, he's 12 points away from that target 50 points.
And we'll see here the shot that Vann was supposed to make, but unfortunately, because the ball was so close to the cushion, that limited yung options niya, kumbaga, in how to go for the shot. So it made it more difficult than it is.
Partner, ganun talaga, no? Napakanipis ng margin for error sa ganitong level ng labanan.
This is literally a game where centimeters, inches, millimeters are the discussion. Ganong katindi. Which is why the best players in the world, they always talk about being so precise. And just like this guy, Antonio Lining, who'll be up next to break, he's also a player who knows that precision is a big deal. So we'll check with our sponsors after this, and we'll continue with Vice to break.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, one of tonight's competitors, Antonio Vicelini, takes on Darren Dynamite Appleton from England. So another classic East-West encounter. That's right here on the Mecca Pool Sharks, and we will have the details for you once it's available. Meanwhile, we'll hop on over to YouTube, and Norwin Valenzuela says, shout out to my wife Jinky Valenzuela, who's eating dinner right now from Abu Dhabi, UAE. At saka partner, alam naman natin nakapagana sa kain kapag nanonood ka ng isang world-class matchup tulad ng Three Kings Challenge natin.
Syempre, partner. I mean, mga sports fan, kanya-kanyang trivia. Football, basketball. Dito sa atin, bilyar. So, nakakagana talaga pag maganda ang labanan.
Exactly. This is something that the billiards fans all over the world have waited for, and nakatutok sila right now. So thank you all for tuning in. And as Antonio Lining goes for the break. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial, and Antonio Lining gets it done with that break, but it looks like the one ball is not a direct shot right there for him. So pwede siya magplano dito. He can go for a push out. He can choose to play a safety, because it doesn't look like he can go for it in just any pocket. So mukhang push out ang
itago na lang siguro, partner, ano?
Yeah.
Parang kung hindi ko tamaan, hindi mo rin matatamaan.
Yes. But of course, the challenge with push-outs is
Pwedeng ibalik.
pwedeng balik nga naman. So, we're gonna see what Jeffrey Ignacio says, and I think looks like he's taking it. Yes. He's thinking about it. Looks like he gives it back to Antonio Lining.
Tingnan natin ang diskarte ni Nikoy dito sa one ball. Pabati naman, partner.
And muntikan na
Muntikan
mag-scratch had it not hit the point of that pocket. But going back to that, I was actually able to chat with Antonio Lining before the start of this match, and what I like about him is off the camera, very very lighthearted, loves to joke around, loves to tell stories, loves to entertain, and I think that's one thing, and that makes him a very fun guy to go up against. That's why a lot of his fellow competitors, they have such a high regard for him, because he's not just a great competitor on the table, but he's a very cool guy off the table.
I would agree with that, partner, ano. And ganun talaga mga players. I mean, pag off the playing situation, they're cool guys. They're easily kaya naman magkakaibigan at magkakabarkada yan eh. Pero pag laro na, seryosohan na, game face na.
Yes, that's true. Because the pool, because the circle of pool players here, parang they're like a fraternity, like a brotherhood.
Totoo yan, partner.
While of course their first order of business is to compete at a high level, to succeed at that high level, of course they also have to look out for each other as well, and yun ang beauty ng pool community dito sa Pilipinas, because it's that bayanihan spirit, that camaraderie that we are always so proud of, and even the pool players here I'll never forget to bring that to each other.
Yes, partner. Talagang from the likes of the legendary Efren Batares into the young guns, upcoming artists like AJ Manas, Bernie Regalario, isang malaking pamilya yan ng players.
Exactly. And
Kuya-kuya, tito-tito, pamapamakin. So, and just like that,
it's done. Well,
Cobra scores his 39 points.
The Cobra inching closer to the golden goal of 50, and he's just 11 racks away.
11 racks away and 11 points ahead of his opponents.
Yes, that's right. And you're seeing how Jeffrey Ignacio has been showing his recent streak of success. And coming up next to break, Davao City's own Vann Corteza, very popular player, not just here but worldwide. He's up to break, and he will be in action after this commercial break.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And coming soon to Sharks, the Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin takes on Baseth Mokaibat, the Philippine Kingpin. Of course, you can only see this level of action and great competition here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So stay tuned for more developments on this match. And of course, we want to thank again everybody who's tuned in today for joining us and making this a very wonderful match. So coming up next, of course, we'll continue with this Three Kings Challenge. This is day 2 of a race to 50, and Jeffrey Ignacio is just 11 points ahead of his pursuers and 11 points away from winning this challenge. So we are going to see at the break Vann Corteza.
And that break was brought to us by Ropa.
So, 2 ball is an open. He got open shot on that 2 ball. So he'll have to navigate a bit of traffic to get position for the 3 ball on that rail. So we're gonna see if he can do it. Fortunately for that open shot there, the smile says it all. As in, okay, he's basically saying, sige, sa'yo na yan. Looking at that angle, this actually looks like a possible 2-5 combination.
Let's see how the Cobra deals with this setup. And there you go.
Perfectly. Yes, the angle was just right. So sabi niya, you know what? I'll take it.
Salamat, Paddy.
And of course, we'll get some interesting comments here on Facebook.
Extension.
Sabi, yung happy spot na. Sabi, parang sa yung dalawa sa kagaling Cobra. Well,
Partner, I guess that's about it. Talagang iba. Iba when the Cobra strikes at when the pag talagang ready to attack.
and looks like the Cobra has strong. And he has been very effective in his attack so far. Even Corteza misses on that.
Tago-tago na lang ulit, partner.
Yes. Looking here, there's Of course, we have this one here. Very interesting match. Nice shot there. Well executed. That is so well executed right there. And a perfect shot for the 3 there.
Oh, partner, umalog. Oh,
Well,
sayang
that
yun.
was not a very, well, to be fair, may konting distansya yung tira na yan. So that is very challenging. And of course,
window of opportunity, partner, para kay The Slayer.
Yes.
Tingnan natin kung paano siya magka-capitalize dito sa binigay na opportunity sa kanya.
yep, Vann can smell it here, but of course, he has to shoot off the rail, which is going to make it a little harder to control.
Extension.
He calls for his extension. Ang ganda ng gapang naman nun, partner.
Napaka-delicate. So well executed. Very delicate. Hugging the rail.
Hinatid ng maigi hanggang sa kanto. Ayan po.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And
You see it sa reaction niya, partner.
he really had the opportunity there, but he let it get away there. And he now has to get himself out of that situation.
At tinamaan pa rin yun, partner.
Well,
Oh
there's
no.
no question here,
yun
but
lang.
it
Oh,
looks
no.
like the 6 is a gimme at this point.
And partner, mukhang sa opportunity ito, knowing how Jeff has been playing tonight.
Yes.
40th point ba to? Tignan natin, makikita natin, partner.
He's looking like 40 points is not impossible at this point with the opportunity that was offered to him here.
Partner, grabe talaga. Grabe nga. Katulad nga ng comment ng isang viewer natin, iba ang kamandag ng Cobra to ngayong gabing ito.
Yes. Actually, this has been like the second match I've seen that Jeffrey has played very, very well. I believe he won that other challenge. I won that challenge a few days ago. I think from the past week. And Jeffrey Ignacio really playing at a high level at this point.
At ayun na po, 40th point
Jeffrey Ignacio.
ni Jeffrey the Cobra Ignacio. 10 points away from that golden
10 points
target
away.
number na 50.
And of course, as you can see here, Vann getting himself into a bit of a pickle there. And while he was able to perform a perfect kick to get out of that, as you'll see here, naging sell out po ito sa 6 ball, and that became all she wrote for the Cobra of Las Piñas. And of course, going to YouTube, of course, Reynaldo Salvador says, paki-shout out mga taga Manggahan Market, Quezon City. So
Mga taga-Mangahan dyan.
yeah, so thank you so much
Salamat
for
sa
watching.
panonood.
Thank you so much for watching. And coming up next, Antonio Lining, the man of 1,000 monikers, takes on Jeffrey Ignacio in this rack. So that's coming up next after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And of course, coming soon on Sharks, the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado, reigning defending US Open champion and member of Team Philippines that won the Predator World Team Challenge, takes on the Fire Dragon Chang Yung Lin from Taiwan. Two world-class talents will square off here only at the Mekov Pool Sharks. So keep it tuned here for updates.
Partner, magpapaalam na po ako sa aking shift ngayon bilang isang guest commentator. MacGyver, signing out. Handing it over to
Thanks so
Simon,
much. Thank
to
you.
Canon. So, tuloy po kayo manood. Tuloy-tuloy itong laban na ito ng Three Kings. Day 2, Race to 50. Magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat.
Thanks so
MacGyver, signing off.
Thanks so much, Mac. And yeah, you take care. Take care on your way home. Again, thank you so much for keeping me company for the start of this Three Kings Classic here. And coming up next, Antonio Lining to break off here against Jeffrey Ignacio. That break brought to you by Roba Commercial, and good start here. So Antonio Lining with a shot on the 1. The 2 looks like it's partially blocked by the 9, so getting position for that, well, that will be the challenge there. So over on Facebook, hi Jose, I'm not sure if I got this right, but good evening PNP boys at Sharkanatics, and good evening to you too. Thank you for watching. So Antonio Lining gets on that side of the 2. And looks like Jeffrey Ignacio is back on the table, and he is inching ever so close to that golden target of 50 racks. The Cobra playing like a man possessed tonight. Magandang porma nito. This is the kind of player you would not want to meet on a pool table unless you actually wanted some really good competition. Look at this. So the Cobra showing us exactly how it's done. Simon Kwan, by the way, thank you for sending us 100 stars over on Facebook. We appreciate that a lot. And just like that, Jeffrey Ignacio putting the pedal to the metal here as he shows us that skill that has made him a very fearsome competitor here at the Sharks Arena. Look at this. Ang ganda ng tira niya. Ang ganda ng consistency. He has been so far the model of how you perform at a high level. Levan Corteza, though, is not yet done. He's still up next to break. And we will be right back after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And coming up next, and coming up soon, by the way, here on Sharks, RoboCop Dennis Orculio, and the Fire Dragon Chang Jun Lin, the Money Game Kings of Taiwan and the Philippines square off in this blockbuster encounter. Keep it tuned here to the Mega of Pool Sharks for more details. Jeffrey Ignacio is crawling up that leaderboard. He is just 9 racks away, gradually pulling away from his competitors as Antonio Lining and Levan Corteza still at 28 points each. And of course, this match being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Times Sports Bar, and the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So today is the final whole day of this Race to 50 challenge. And Levan Corteza is up next to break. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Looks like Vann didn't get the break that he was hoping for, though. And he can help but just look at what's happening here. So, Jeffrey Ignacio again at the table, surveying the situation. And he sees the one, and he's ready to go. Oh, and that was a miss there. And fortunately for the Cobra, he manages to land the cue ball behind the 6. So this is going to force Vann to go for the jump shot. And Corteza nails that jump shot, albeit with a bit of a double kiss there as he lands that. He lands that beautifully, but has a long shot to the 2. And he decides to hide it behind the cluster of the 5, 7, and 9, which works. So looks like Jeffrey Ignacio now will have to figure out what to do. So Jeff has to figure out his plan of attack for this, the 2 ball. Jeffrey Ignacio using the jump cue to get around the obstruction and kick off the 2. Very nicely executed, but this is the opening. This looks like the opening that Levan Corteza is looking for. And he hopes to get back on the winning track with this. So the 3 ball looks like it'll pass to the side, but of course he's more than likely going to collide with the 6. So he just has to be careful about managing getting into position here for the 4. And that was not what he wanted. Vann didn't want that. So he's looking around, trying to figure out the best strategy at this point. Looks like he'll do a kick. He tried to bank it, but still, great result anyway. Still gets a safe. Still gets himself safe behind the cluster of the 5, 7, and 9, leaving the 4 just behind the head string. Whoa, what a play right there. Amazing shot there by Jeffrey Ignacio. So you see that kick shot that miraculously goes into that side pocket. And while he does make that shot, it still does not leave him positioned for the 6. So Jeffrey Ignacio playing like a man possessed. Oh, and nearly got it back to back as well. So nearly back to back magical shots there for the Cobra. But this will send the Slayer back to the table. So Corteza now trying to see what's going on here. So for the meantime, so Corteza requesting that the rack be removed. And the referee, of course, carefully placing the balls, carefully marking the position of the 5 ball so he can remove the racking device. So this is going to be very delicate, of course. The referee doing this just to make sure that he does not disturb any of the other balls. This might take a little while. There you go. That's why we have some of the best referees around as well. And for a moment there, I think Corteza thought that that was going to be his object ball there, right on that rail, forgetting that he was simply at the point where he wanted to remove it. Well, but no problem there. No harm, no foul. So Corteza with the ball in hand.
Extension.
So Corteza calling for an extension here. He's just trying to figure out what to do next. Looks like he might be going for an intentional foul here. And he goes, well, oh no, actually he went for the 5 and just sandwiched it ever so tightly between the 7 and the 9. And there you go.
Out 2.
That was brilliant strategy there by Levan Corteza. Using ball in hand to force Jeffrey Ignacio to break up the cluster. And that was some genius strategy, genius level strategy from the Slayer of Davao City. What a play. Last two balls here for Corteza to jump to solo second in this race to 50. And Vann finally gets himself a spot at second place. 29 points. And you'll see it here. Look at the brilliant play he did here. He sandwiched the 5 ball between the 7 and the 9, forcing Jeffrey Ignacio to make the mistake there. And that was some brilliant play there by Davao City's own star pool player. Coming up next, Antonio Lining of Oriental Mindoro. He'll be up next to break, and we'll be back after this.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And the winner of our Top Guns event from earlier today, Matinik Nino Campo of Quezon City, takes home the top honors in that event. Of course, we'd like to congratulate Nino for performing superbly in this morning's challenge, and we hope that this will be the start of a continued run of good performances. And of course, if you want to be like Nino and have a chance to compete at this level, well, why not come over here? We will be posting our details for becoming a part of the Sharks family soon. And we thank you all for watching. Again, congratulations to Nino Campo of Quezon City for proving just how talented he is there. Antonio Lini will be up to break next, and he will take on the Slayer Vann Corteza in this round.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And that looked like a dry break, unfortunately. So Corteza is back at the table. He has a direct shot to the 1, but no direct pocket, so he may be forced to bank this. He also has the option to play for a push out or put it into a safe for to play a safety. Nicely done. Perfectly executed bank shot right there by the Slayer. Vann Corteza showing us just how much how much fire and skill he has under that belly. Great job there. And he has a nice shot for the 2 into that side pocket. Now the question for him will be how to set up for the 3. Wow, that is some great preparation skill right there. Vann Corteza pulling off that power spin to get the perfect position for the 3. And he's also in excellent position for the 4 and getting to position for the rest of the balls. This looks very academic actually here for Vann. So okay, and this looks pretty close. Looks like he still has enough angle to make this It just has just enough angle from what it looks like here to get it into that side pocket. Well played there. Corteza navigating a rather haphazard rack here so far with skill. And it looks like his confidence is starting to rise through the roof here. He has just enough angle for that 8 to get down to where he can nail the 9 in that corner pocket. And that's how you do it, says Levan Corteza. That's exactly how you do it. And of course, we'll get to see here some of the amazing shots here. This bank shot on the 1, very important here, which set him up for the 2 over there. And look at the spin he pulled on this one to get in perfect position for the 3. And then all the other balls followed in suit. Nearly got in trouble there, but had just the right angle. And at the end of this rack, Levan Corteza gets to 30 points. And Jeffrey Ignacio, our current leader with 41 points total, will be up next to break. And we'll go check out our sponsors in just a few minutes.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And again, congratulations to our monthly finals winner, Threee the Grand Salbakuta Isidro from Rizal, winning his first ever event here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So congratulations again to Mr. Isidro, showing us just how good you are, as he won earlier today in our second event, which came just before our main event, which is this Three Kings Challenge. So if you want to be, of course, like Tracy and have a chance to compete against some of the best amateur players in the country, well, feel free to join us here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. Coming up next, we are back with this Three Kings Challenge, day 2 of a race to 50. And Jeffrey Ignacio, our current leader, is up to break next. That break was brought to you by Europa Commercial, and Jeffrey Ignacio gets 1 to go. He has a nice position on that 1 ball, so he can cut that in very thinly, and then he just has to be careful about where he will land it for the 2. But otherwise, the spread of the balls is pretty good, so we will get to see what Jeffrey Ignacio has in store here. And he gets into position. Very nicely done there. Just the position that he was hoping for, although a little too close to that 5, which is going to limit the spin that he can put on the ball to get into better position for that 3. But despite that,
Extension.
he's got the plan. And he's going to put this in action. And it looks like he gave Vann Corteza the opening to get to the number 2.
Extension.
Wow, look at that. Corteza threading the eye of the needle and getting into great position for that 3 ball. Amazing shot. And Vann Corteza, back-to-back racks. He is looking like a man on a mission. And as you can see here, this was Jeffrey Ignacio's attempt to get that 2 in. But that left the opening that gave Vann Corteza the opportunity. Look at how he gets in position for the balls here. Excellently played rack. And this is what Vann Corteza's game is about. So he takes 1 win here, and he hopes to continue his streak against the next guy up to break, Antonio Lining of Oriental Mindoro. We'll be right back.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And if you want to be a member of the Sharks roster of amazing talent, just contact Mr. Alex Parker at 0916-466-4695. That's 0916-466-4695. Look for Mr. Alex Parker so he can schedule a screening, and all screenings will be held at the Hard Times Sports Bar in Timog Avenue, South Triangle, Quezon City, Philippines. So for more info, again, contact Mr. Alex Parker at 0916-466-4695 to be scheduled here. So Vann Corteza has catapulted himself into second place, trailing Jeffrey Ignacio by just 10 racks at this point. But Jeffrey Ignacio, as you said, he has played solidly so far and is just 9 away from victory. Coming up next is Antonio Lining to break. And that productive break there. Very good job. So it looks like Lenny was planning to play some defense there, but he might have just given the opening for Levan Corteza to come on in the door. Good position for the two, and should have nice angle to get on the three as well.
Winner, Levan Corteza.
And Levan Corteza has caught fire here. You can see here, he got left that opportunity, and he has been making hay while the sun has been shining. Levan Corteza showing us just how to get the job done. And with that, he is now racked 32 points, and Jeffrey Ignacio, the guy still in front, is up next. And we'll check with our sponsors in just a few minutes.
Hello, this is only the beginning of a great new adventure in Philippine pool. In paving the way to our filing of a bill to support our Philippine billiards icon, especially the top of the list, Efren Bata Reyes. It is with great pride that we welcome you all to the first ever Philippine 10-ball open.
And that, of course, right there was Congressman Arnie Teves telling us more about the 2022 Philippine 10-ball open, which will take place from October 24 to 31. For an entrance fee of just 300 pesos, you can be one of the winners, taking from the pool prize of 1.5 million pesos. This will follow a double knockout format at the opening rounds and then implementing a single knockout phase once we reach the top 64, wherein the eliminated player will pay for the game table. Registration is ongoing until October 16, 2022, and we have limited slots only, so contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. That's 0956-841-6602. Look for Ms. Nads Ramos. And of course, this is presented by Congressman Arnie Teves and the BMPAP. Coming up next is Jeffrey Ignacio to break. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. So you can see here, long shot here on the one, but he can actually make this as a bank. But of course, choosing to play a more conservative safety play, which I think he might have left an opening here, since Corteza can get to it rail first, even if it's not a direct hit here, and he may be able to make it if he goes rail first. And oh no, that was not what Vann wanted. Well, you can see here, he tried to go rail first, but the angle basically caused the cue ball to fall into that corner pocket. And now Jeffrey Ignacio is back in the driver's seat here. Jeff looking to regain that momentum that he lost.
Attention. Winner, Jeffrey Ignacio.
And Jeffrey Ignacio back on a tear here. He's just 8 racks away from victory. Very solid break there. Though he didn't quite get initial good position initially, but after being able to return to the table, he started doing this. And now, just 8 racks away from winning this Three Kings Challenge. Antonio Lining, the man they call Vice, will be up next to break, and we'll be right back.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Coming soon to Sharks, the man they call Django, Francisco Bustamante, takes on Darren Dynamite Appleton from England as we look at a classic encounter of East versus West. So who will win this match? Well, you'll have to stay tuned to Sharks to find out when this match will take place. Three Kings right now still running, and of course Jeffrey Ignacio with that last rack is just 8 off victory. Meanwhile, Ivan Corteza is still 10 behind of him, and Antonio Lining is 14 behind the leader. So we'll be having a break shortly with Antonio Lining to get there. And of course, we want to thank again everyone who's tuned in today. Thank you so much for watching and joining us here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. And that break was brought to you by Ropo Commercial. And He does have a shot on the 9. It's a bit thinner than he wanted. Actually, there's a possibility of maybe doing a carom of the 2, 9 to get this rack. That's a possibility. That might be what he's going for at this point. So doesn't quite get what he was hoping for. And this will return Jeffrey Ignacio to the table. So Jeff is back up to take this shot. I think Jeffrey landed a bit short of what he was planning to do. So he'll just have to choose which pocket to go for. And there we go.
Winner, Jeffrey Ignacio.
Jeffrey is just 7 points away from victory. We'll see it here. Antonio Lining actually attempting that shot there, but couldn't quite get that to fall. And now Jeffrey Ignacio is showing us why he is called the Cobra, striking at every opportunity given to him. And look at that, as he gets this done. So coming up next, Davao City's own Vann Corteza will be up next. And we'll go check out the sponsors in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, Antonio Vicelini takes on Darren Dynamite Appleton in what promises to be another East-West classic. So stay tuned to Sharks for more details. And of course, some comments here from on social media. Cesar Toro says, very nice shooting by Jeffrey. And yes, we have to agree. Very, very good shooting. And of course, there are questions about how Jeff how much chalk Jeff puts on his shots, but admittedly, it's large. It's because he also wants to make sure that he gets a clean shot every time. Because of course, if you make a miscue at this level of play, it's gonna cost you. So coming up next, Vann Corteza will be back to break. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Corteza has a pretty nice spread here. 2-ball is out in the open and should give him easy access to the 3. And Jeffrey Ignacio closing in on that golden target of 50. He's just 6 away. And we're seeing here Vann Corteza, unfortunately, missing that shot there, that 7. And this left the opening that Ignacio was looking for to get himself to within 6 of victory. Antonio Lining will be up next to break, and the native of Oriental, Mindoro, will be in action next, so stay tuned.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, the Fire Dragon Chang Junlin from Taiwan takes on Baseth Mukaibat, the kingpin of Philippine pool. This is coming soon on Sharks, so stay tuned for the details. And of course, that was a big miss there by Vann Corteza on the 7. And that gave Jeffrey Ignacio the opening. The Cobra striking when he saw that opening as he got himself in position to crawl to within 6 points of winning this Three Kings challenge. So coming up next to break will be Antonio Vicelini, one of the longtime stalwarts of Philippine pool. And he's coming up to break next.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And that's a very good break there. Probably one of the best breaks we've seen today. See how many balls here he got. So he got 4 balls on the break. Excellent break there. That is a hot break right there from Antonio Lining. Beautifully done. And he gets in good position for the 4. That was a very nice break. So this might be the chance for Antonio Lining to start making his own momentum. Looks like Antonio Lining got himself into a bit of a pickle here. And he might be pulling out the jump cue to try and get that 8 ball into the side pocket. Wow, that was amazing there. Perfectly executed. Antonio Lining showing us just how to make the jump, how to use the jump cue as a potent weapon. So he got himself into trouble earlier but manages to bail himself out. And this will be to get his 29th point of tonight's encounter.
Winner, Antonio Lining.
Antonio Lining starts off with a very nice break. So as we'll see here in the highlights, he gets 4 balls to go in this break. 1 on the side and 3 in the corner pockets. As you can see there, what a break. I mean, he has had some dry breaks for this match, but this was the way for him to go. Makes a difficult 3 there. And the 4 and then the 6, and of course, as you'll see here, he puts himself in a bit of a pickle, but fortunately he brings out the jump cue and gets into perfect position to send the 9 home. That's a very solid performance right there. Coming up next, Levan Corteza, the Slayer, is up to take on the challenge. We'll be right back with our sponsors just after this.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Antonio Vicelini, the man who took the last rack home, takes on Darren Dynamite Appleton in this battle of Europe versus Asia. We are going to see 2 spectacular players take on each other in the Sharks Arena. Keep checking the Mecca of Pool for updates on this blockbuster matchup. Three Kings Challenge, as we said here, the winner gets to 50 And so far, Jeffrey Ignacio is just 6 racks away. Antonio Lini, though, and Levan Corteza still want to catch up. And they will be squaring off in this rack with Vann to break coming up next.
Break.
And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And this looks like a dry break. For Levan Corteza. So he's have to sit down. And Antonio Lining to go to work. Oh, wow. That was a great back shot. That was beautifully executed. Couldn't have asked for a better executed back shot than that. And looks like he has an opening for 2. So we'll take a look at that bank shot in just a moment here. For the meantime, let's see what Lining's plan is for this one. Oh, and he missed the 2 entirely. Hitting the 4. But maybe we could do a replay if we can. Let's see. For the meantime, this is ball in hand for Levan Corteza. And he is hoping to get himself back in momentum here.
Corteza.
That's number 33 for the Slayer from Davao City. So you can see here, Lining missing the 2 entirely. His plan was to get it into that side pocket, but of course, the miss meant ball in hand for Levan Corteza, who knew exactly what to do from here. The Cobra, Jeffrey Ignacio, is up next to break. And our sponsors, well, yes, they're coming up next as well.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Cod jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon, the Sharks, the Black Tiger Carlo Biado, the defending U.S. Open champion, takes on the Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin of Taiwan. 2 great players will be squaring off only here on the Mecha Pool Sharks. So keep it tuned for the latest updates. Of course, we want to thank everybody who is tuned in to today's main event, day 2 of a race to 50 between Jeffrey Ignacio, the current leader, Vann Corteza in second place, and Antonio Lining making up the third. Of course, this is being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and of course, the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So our current leader will be up next to break.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And Jeff was able to nail one to get the ball down on the break. So now his options are to do a push out, play safe. Well, we'll see what he does here. And looks like here a very narrow window for Vann Corteza to get through. So he's looking whether the kick is a better idea or to try to navigate through that traffic.
Extension.
That was well played. So Corteza saw the opening and said, "You know what? I can make it," and he makes it. And the kick, well, while it was a good kick, it still leaves an opening. A possible opening for Corteza to do something here. And if you took a look at the close-up there, you see that he did try to swerve the ball around, apply do a bit of a must-say, if you will. But of course, that leaves an opening now for Jeff Ignacio to come in, the Cobra, hoping to get himself closer to the goal, to the target of 50 points. Very nicely executed combination shot there. Jeffrey Ignacio playing in very almost impeccable form at this point. Jeffrey Ignacio has now 5 games away from winning this Three Kings Challenge. Solid break here. And after getting an opportunity to come back, executing some very nice shots, including that 2-6 combination. As we can see here, amazing run by Jeffrey Ignacio, the Cobra, and he will be squaring off against Antonio Vicelini of Oriental Mindoro, who will be up to break right after this.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon, the Sharks. RoboCop Dennis Orculio takes on the Fire Dragon Chang Yun Lin. The Money Kings of the Philippines and Taiwan will square off in this Sharks exclusive. So keep it tuned here to the Mecca of Pool for updates on when we'll be broadcasting this matchup. This Three Kings match being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and the Mecca of Pool Sharks. Check this out. This is a great match right here. Jeffrey Ignacio showing his golden stuff here. The Cobra is just 5 racks away from victory. Meanwhile, Vann, Corteza, and Antonio Lining still trying to catch up. Can they do it? Or will the Cobra win it all tonight? We'll find out in just a bit. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And he gets it just behind the green 6. Well done there. So he's going to force Antonio Lining to have to come around and basically kick his way out of this situation. Very nearly got a scratch there, but just hit the point of the pocket, and the one ball is back up against the upper rail, the top rail, and it looks like a kick might be either it's a kick or a bit of a swerve here to get to this ball. That's a nice effort there, although we'll have to see if Lining can come up with the shot here in the pocket. So he'll have to do a little bit of a swerve here. And well executed there. Very nicely done. And the 2 ball looks like it's going to go to the side. And I think that just opened up this rack tremendously. We are going to see now how Antonio Lining pulls this off. I'm not sure that Lining wanted that to happen. He's a little tight here. The angles are a bit close, but we'll see what he can do here if he can still get that 8-ball into the side. Wow, what execution there. And Lining just a slight enough angle to get it into that corner pocket.
Winner. Antonio Lining.
Antonio Lining rallying back here as he gets his 30th point. Very nice Masse shot to get that 1 ball down, and having to navigate a rather tricky rack. So that shot on the 1 was key. And as is this one, where he put himself in a slightly worse position than he wanted, but still he has the control and the skill to get it done. Antonio Lining showing us how to do it. Vann Corteza will be up to break, and our sponsors, well, they'll be right here.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And if you want to be a member of the Sharks roster of talent, if you want to have the opportunities that our players here at Sharks have, then just contact Mr. Alex Parker at 0916-466-4695. That's 466-4695, 0916-466-4695. Look for Mr. Alex Parker. All screenings will be held at the Hard Time Sports Bar over at Timog Avenue, Barangay South Triangle, Quezon City. So contact Mr. Alex Parker to get your opportunity to join the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. Antonio Lining with 30 points will be up to break against Vann Corteza. And the Slayer from Davao City will be up to break next.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And looks like a dry break for the Slayer from Davao City.
Push.
Antonio Lining now looking to do a push out.
Return.
Great shot there by Corteza. And he has a good approach to the red 3. And he'll be looking to get position for the 4 right after.
Vann Corteza.
That's 34 racks now, compiled by Vann Corteza. He has just been solid here. Great shot there on the 2. And moving forward, he's been keeping up that solid pace. If he keeps this up, he may just be able to catch the leader, who, by the way, will be breaking. And that's Jeffrey Ignacio. He'll be breaking up next. So keep it tuned here to the Mecca of Pool Sharks.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Francisco Django Bustamante is going to take on Darren Dynamite Appleton in an upcoming marquee matchup here on Sharks, the Mecca of Pool. So this match being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions and Hard Time Sports Bar as well. So in this classic encounter right here, it'll be a test of skill, grit, and talent. And who will win this one? Well, your guess is as good as mine. Just have to stay tuned to Sharks for updates on when this match will take place. Coming up next, of course, we will continue this Three Kings Challenge. Jeffrey Ignacio still 5 points away from this. Vann Corteza and Antonio Lining have some work to do if they want to get back into this match. So again, we have up next to break the Cobra from Las Piñas. Jeffrey Ignacio will be breaking next.
Break.
That break was brought to you by Europa Commercial. And nice productive break there. So 2 balls down on the break. And if Jeffrey Ignacio can run this rack out, if he can take this, then this will leave the Cobra just 4 adrift from the target of 50 racks.
Winner.
Some things are self-explanatory, like how Jeff the Cobra Ignacio can run through a rack with a break, can go through a break and run and get himself to within 4 of the target. That's a very solid break right there. And of course, with how the balls were spread, the run out was pretty academic at this point. So just 4 points left for the Cobra as he seeks to win this Three Kings challenge. Coming up next, Antonio Vicelini will be up to break. But before that, let's take a break with our sponsors right now.
Hello, this is only the beginning of a great new adventure in Philippine pool. In paving the way to our filing of a bill to support our Philippine billiards icon, especially the top of the list, Efren Bata Reyes. It is with great pride that we welcome you all to the first ever Philippine 10-ball open.
And that was Congressman Arnie Teves presenting the 2022 Philippine 10-ball open along in partnership with the BMPAP. That's going to take place from October 24 to 31, 2022. For an entrance fee of just 300 pesos, you can be one of the 64 players who will end up with a share of the 1.5 million peso prize pool, which will start out with double knockout format, and then once we move to the top 64, it'll be single knockout format with the loser paying for the game table. Registration for the limited slots is until October 16, 2022 only. So again, until October 16, 2022 only. So contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956-841-6602. That's 0956-841-6602. Look for Ms. Nads Ramos to find out how you can become a part of pool history.
Break.
And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. Oh no. And we just lost the cue ball. So you can see here in the break, basically kisses off the blue 2 and then it's directed into that corner pocket. So this is going to be ball in hand for our current leader, the Cobra, Jeffrey Ignacio. So Jeff, if he runs out this rack, he will just be 3 away from winning this challenge.
Winner. Jeffrey Ignacio.
47 down, 3 to go. After losing the ball on the break, It ends up going to Jeffrey Ignacio, the Cobra, ruthlessly running through this rack and taking it to the streets as he gets to within just 3 racks of winning this Three Kings Challenge. Vann Corteza up next to break. Can he stop the advance? We'll find out soon, so just keep it tuned here to the Mecca of Pool, Sharks.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
And coming soon on Sharks, Antonio Vicelini, one of the stalwarts of Philippine pool and who's competing in this Three Kings Challenge, takes on Darren Dynamite Appleton. This match will be announced soon here on Sharks, so keep it tuned here to the Mecca of Pool for the details as they come out. And once again, we'd like to thank everyone who is tuned in today, watching this blockbuster match, the Three Kings Challenge between Vann Corteza, Jeffrey Ignacio, and Antonio Lining. Right now, Jeffrey Ignacio is just 3 racks away from the win. And we are looking at quite a blockbuster event. So we're going to find out if Jeffrey can get to within 2 on this rack, or if the Slayer Vann Corteza can stop his advance. Let's get back to the table for more action. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. So looks like Corteza will go for the 2-8 combination, since the 8 is hanging right at the mouth of that pocket.
Extension. Winner, Vann Corteza.
Vann Corteza stops the advance for now as he gets to 36 racks. So taking advantage of this as he manages to make a break and run here. Very good job here by the Slayer. So up next will be Antonio Vicelini to break. And we will see that in just a few. And meanwhile, we'll go to our sponsors. So stay tuned, folks. This action is far from over.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Coming soon to Sharks, the Fire Dragon Chang Junlin of Taiwan takes on the Kingpin Baseth Mokaibat in what promises to be a classic encounter here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So keep it tuned here. Of course, we'd like to thank all of you who are tuned in today, watching this spectacular match between three of the Philippines' finest pool players. Of course, you have Vann Corteza, Antonio Lining, and Jeffrey Ignacio. And Jeffrey just 3 racks away from sealing the deal. But Vann Corteza and Antonio Lining certainly are not one to let this just happen. So this 2-day race to 50 should wrap up today. And we'll have Antonio Lining up next to break.
Great.
And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And Antonio Lining, very nice break, looking good at this point. Nearly didn't make that, rattled it into the pocket, but nonetheless gets the job done. And of course, we'd like to check over on YouTube. Sebek L says, Poland. Well, if you're watching from Poland, good day to you. And thank you again for watching here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So as we are seeing here, it's a great match so far. Of course, we are enjoying a classic matchup here, the Three Kings Challenge. Antonio Lining trying to come back here, trying to mount his own comeback. And so far, looking good. So gets the 8, bumps into the 9, but the 9 is still in good shape. And this for Lining to go at 31 racks for this match. And of course, Dusty Tables over on YouTube saying some excellent shooting here today. And we have to agree with you. The shooting here has been top notch as these three players have just continued to amaze us with their own shot making abilities. And it looks like this match is still going to continue on as the Cobra Jeffrey Ignacio, the overall leader, will be back on the table to break. And we'll be back to get a word from our sponsors next.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Cool Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
Call jump cues and tips are now available at Hard Time Sports Bar. Please contact Mr. Jojo Sanchez at 0920-923-8752. That's 0920-923-8752. Look for Mr. Jojo Sanchez to get your core products, which includes the Q-tips and jump cues. And of course, coming soon on Sharks, the Black Tiger, Carlo Biado, the reigning defending U.S. Open champion, will battle the Fire Dragon Chan Jun Lin from Taiwan. This is going to be a marquee matchup that you can see here only on the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So keep it tuned here for further updates. And as we said here, Jeffrey Ignacio, tonight's leader in the Three Kings Challenge, will be up to break. So can he continue his march towards the goal of 50, or will we see him stopped yet again? So the Cobra will be breaking, and it's coming up next. That break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And pretty good break there. Jeffrey Ignacio now looking to break and run here to do a break and run out. But of course, the big challenge here is getting position on all the balls. The one already provides a little challenge here. And he makes that though. What a nice shot right there. Rattles that 2-ball in, but somehow the Cobra keeps his cool and takes that shot on, and he'll get this 3 as well. And we might be looking at a 2-rack, at just 2 racks away from the championship. We might be looking at it right here. Jeffrey Ignacio continuing to queue here as he has taken charge. So the 8-ball and the 9-ball just separating him from rack number 48 in his favor. And that was so well struck there. Perfectly potted there. And this to go up to 48 racks. Just 1 away from the hill and 2 away from winning this Three Kings Challenge. And so far, Jeffrey Ignacio doing everything right in this rack to get himself the championship. He's just 2 racks away from doing that, and he'll still be on the table when he takes on his next opponent. And that next opponent happens to be none other than the Slayer of Davao City, Vann Corteza. We'll be right back with the rest of this match in just a minute.
This is a new world of pool. Home of legends. A battleground where top contenders from around the world gather to become champions. A stepping stone for rising stars to prove they have what it takes to rank among the best. Welcome to Sharks.
Coming soon to Sharks, Robocop Dennis Orcolio and the Fire Dragon Chang Jun Lin will square off the Money Game Kings, battle it out here at the Mega Pool Sharks, and we will have the updates for you once we get the official word. So keep it tuned here. And of course, we'd like to go over to our YouTube channel where Redin Vida Caporado says, pa-shoutout po mula dito sa Kanagawa, Japan. Always watching po every day. Thank you so much, Redin, from watching us all the way from Japan. And of course, Jason Foster. Yes, we hope you're having a blessed day too. Thanks so much for joining us here in action. Joining us watching this. Coming up next, we have Vann Corteza, who's up to break.
Break.
And that break is brought to you by Robo Commercial. So looks like the 2 and the 4. That looks like the most likely combination here, since the 2 will not pass directly into that pocket. Just has to be careful where he gets the 2. And the control shown by Vann Corteza. Very nicely done. This to put a pause on Jeffrey Ignacio's plans of winning.
Winner. Vann Corteza.
So for now, Vann Corteza is still alive. And that's 36 racks here, as he just has a fantastic break and run right here. The 2-4 combination, and from there, it's the Vann show. And of course, over at the YouTube channel, thanks for another great match. The stream and the chats were great as well. You're welcome. We're glad to hear that you're enjoying yourself here. And we hope that you continue supporting us here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So coming up next, Antonio Lining, the man they call Vice, the man of 1,000 monikers, will be up to take his shot here at this Three Kings Challenge. We'll be right back, and we'll continue with this great match shortly.
Secret weapon of champions. Engineered to perfection. Battle tested. A warrior spear. Caw jump cues. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And again, congratulations to the winner of our first event, the Top Guns Challenge, Mr. Matinik Nino Campo of Quezon City, showing us just how to do it, just how to get it done. And of course, I'd like to congratulate him for his victory there. And of course, this event being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and of course, the Mecca of Pool, Sharks. So again, congratulations, Nino, and we hope that this is the start of many, many more great performances to come. And according to this, the Three Kings, well, Jeffrey Ignacio still 2 racks away from winning this, and Vann Corteza with 36, and Antonio leaning with 31 racks here. And coming up next, it's Antonio Lining to break. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. So 2 balls going down on the break for the native of Oriental, Mindoro. And just to give you guys a bit of info here, Oriental Mindoro is actually the home of one of the better known beaches in the Philippines, which is known as Puerto Galera. So for a lot of summer vacationers, it's a great beach to check out. It's known for its white sand beaches. And while it may not be as high profile as the likes of Boracay or other beaches in this country, still a great place to check out. And we hope, of course, that you enjoy the great matches that we have lined up here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. Oh, and looks like Vann Corteza lost the ball into that corner pocket. So that's going to be ball in hand for Antonio Lining, who can get his 32nd rack by taking this one home. This for rack number 32. And with that, Antonio Lining now trying to climb back in this match, but it's going to get a lot more difficult at this point because even with a good break, the issue will be that he'll be facing off with Jeffrey Ignacio, who has been playing steady so far and is just 2 points away from winning this Three Kings Challenge. Great cue ball control being shown by, which was shown during this match by Antonio Lini, showing us how to get it done. So the Cobra will be back on the table, and we'll be back after a word from our sponsors.
Secret weapon of champions. Battle tested. Engineered to perfection. The tip of the spear. Core Q-tips. Available at Hard Time Sports Bar.
And of course, again, congratulations to the winner of our monthly finals, the Grand Salbakuta himself, Tracy Isidro of Rizal, with his first ever win here at the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So congratulations for winning here at the monthly finals. And we hope that this is the beginning of a very solid run here at the Mecca of Pool. So of course, we'd like to thank everyone for lending their support, and of course for participating and being a part of what has been a very successful event so far. So we're going back to the Three Kings Challenge here. Jeffrey Ignacio, the Cobra, has a chance to get to the hill if he wins this rack. But of course, standing in his way is Antonio Lining. So we're going to find out if Jeffrey can get to the hill on this rack. That break was brought to you by a Robo Commercial. And so far, very solid break. Well, the shot on the one looks like it might be a bank shot opportunity if he decides to take it. Or he can play safe. Or he can just do a push out as well. So he decides to get safe, but he doesn't get that done. And the yellow one is wide open. Oh no, that was a huge miss there. And it looks like it opens the door for the Cobra to strike and get to the hill.
Winner.
And
Jeffrey
there we go. Jeffrey Ignacio is on the hill right now. He just needs one more rack and he will have won this. This was a big miss there. That was the miss by Antonio Lining which cost him this rack. And Jeffrey Ignacio with that excellent back shot on the 8, which gives him this 9, which puts him on the hill as he looks to take this Three Kings Challenge home. And the only man standing in his way right now is Vann Corteza of Davao City. Can Vann stop the advance, or will Jeffrey Ignacio strike his way into winning this Three Kings Challenge? We'll be back with what could be the final rack after this.
Hello, this is only the beginning of a great new adventure in Philippine pool. In paving the way to our filing of a bill to support our Philippine billiards icon, especially the top of the list, Efren Bata Reyes. It is with great pride that we welcome you all to the first ever Philippine 10-ball open.
And that was Congressman Arnie Teves, one of the presenters of the 2022 Philippine 10-ball Open in partnership with the BMPAP. This will take place from October 24 to 31. And for an entrance fee of just 300 pesos, you can be one of 64 players who will have a share from the prize pool worth 1.5 million pesos. This is going to be a double knockout format in the early stages, and when we get to the top 64, this will end up as a single knockout tournament with the eliminated player to pay for the game table. Registration is until October 16, 2022, and you have limited slots at 512 players only. For inquiries, contact Ms. Nads Ramos at 0956 841 6602. That's 0956 841 6602. Look for Miss Nads Ramos. And we could be looking at the final rack here. And that break was brought to you by Ropa Commercial. And that looks like a dry rack here for Vann. And the layout looks pretty friendly here for the guy who could win it all right here. Jeff obviously hoping to break up that 3-6 pairing, or at least separate them, but he's going to have to find another way. He's getting close. The Cobra can sense it now. This for the championship.
Winner. Jeffrey
And the
Ignacio.
winner of this Three Kings Challenge is the Cobra from Las Piñas, Jeffrey Ignacio. And showing very confident, poised form over the past 2 days. And of course, we'll get to see here this rack where Jeffrey Ignacio showed us great poise there, breaking up that 3-6 combo there, nearly making the 9 on the other side. And of course, he was focused all throughout. And so far, looking very sweet here. So again, congratulations to tonight's winner of the Three Kings, the 2-day Race to 50 Challenge, Las Piñas' own Jeffrey Ignacio. So again, congratulations to our winner. And this event, of course, being brought to you by Bugsy Promotions, Hard Time Sports Bar, and of course, the Mecca of Pool Sharks. So this match is in the history books, and we are going to enjoy what has been an amazing 2-day competition. So, of course, we'd like to thank you all for tuning in today. We hope that you enjoyed this blockbuster match. And of course, we appreciate it if that you continue watching us here at the Mecca Pool. So until the next time, again, this is your commentator, Canon Dairit, saying so long, have a good day, take care wherever you are, and of course, keep playing that pool table. So have a great one and stay safe, everyone.